Yeah. We all live. Let's talk about it with your host Jules and Latino. Let's talk about it. Pull up a chair and show people. Let's talk about it. Real life, real laughs on a reload. Let's talk about it with your host Jules and Latino. Jules got the gems, big facts. Latino bring the spice. No cap, 2 mics, 1 vibe. Tap in, turn it up, tell a friend. Let's begin. Let's talk about it with your host Jules and Latino. Let's talk about it. Pull up a chair and show people. Let's talk about it. Real life, real laughs on a reload. Let's talk about it with your host Jules and Latino.
Whatever the fuck you want to say don't mean I gotta listen to it and not stop talking because you want to talk.
Yeah. We are. Let's talk about it with your host Jules and Latino. Talk about it. Pull up a chair, this your people. Talk about it. Real life, real laughs on the reload. Talk about it. With your host Jules and Latino. Jules got the gems, big facts. Latino bring the spice. No cap, 2 mics, 1 vibe. Tap in, turn it up, tell a friend. Let's begin. Let's talk about it with your host Jules and Latino. Talk about it. Pull up a chair, this your people. Talk about it. Real life, real laughs on the reload. Talk about it. With your host Jules and Latino. Jules and Latino. Latino.
Come on, Latino, you gotta stop supporting this shit, OG.
Come on, Latino, you gotta stop supporting this shit, OG. Good afternoon, happy Tuesday to everyone. The Supreme Court came down with the decision 5-4, almost even, but it can be because there's 9 justices, right? So, you know, it has to tilt one way or the other. And I don't like today's decision, man. Even though they did make a couple of other decisions on other things that I do want to talk about, like the banning of trans sports. Yes, sir. As you know, Latino has 2 lovely daughters, and these 2 lovely little girls, since they came out her mom's womb, I've been playing. They've been involved in sports and, you know, cheer and all that type of stuff. And quite frankly, I don't want to see no dude with his testicles, you know, unless he's the one, you know, carrying them and flipping them in the air and shit. But if he's the one being flipped in the air, nah, I don't want to see none of that shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Respectfully. And we're also going to be talking about one of the greatest running backs I've ever seen in my lifetime. Chris Johnson is going through ALS, and I saw this shit yesterday, bro, and I tried to hold my tears in because you guys don't understand. This guy, that team was all right, you know, and he made that team, you know. I mean, they never went anywhere that like that, but shit, that guy was a monster. He was a beast. So you know, I want to give my respect and my and flowers where the respect and flowers are due to him and his family for going through all this situation that he's going through right now, man. What up, Aztec? Oi oi. What up, BD Sports? What up, RLM? We're gonna be getting into this, man. I'm gonna drop the link for anybody that wants to have discussions or conversations about this situation. But I do kind of want to add something too, though. Like, I get that a lot of people be like, yo, but you're Hispanic and all that. Like, why is it that you're against this whole birthright citizenship? Like, wouldn't that affect you in turn? And I said, to be honest, bro, like every other country in the world does this shit. Like, it's just like, I don't know, man. Why we got to be the exception? Like that's my thing, bro. It's like we allow all these people to come in here. We don't really know who's coming in or not, and what their intent is. If they're going to stay here or live or become part of the United States, we don't know any of this shit. People just happen to have kids because they feel like, hey, this is the best outcome for my child to be born a citizen. And I get it and I understand that because America is the greatest country on this planet. But is it fair? No. So like this is what I'm saying. Like, what up, BD? So now that people have vacations, like, can we like put a caveat to that? Like, hey, you can't be here and be pregnant, or you can't just have your kid. Like, once you get like about to give birth, we're gonna put you on a plane and get you up out of here. Like we can't do any of that.
Nah, we can't do any of that. And here's the thing, Latino. I'm for the banning of the men that want to be women trying to play in women's sports. I'm all for that.
Yeah, I agree.
But with the 14th Amendment thing, the birthright citizenship thing, here's the thing: it's a trick bag. Like they ruled against it because they didn't want a direct challenge to the 14th Amendment, the same way you had a direct challenge to abortion. The difference between the 14th Amendment and the abortion stuff, though, that abortion wasn't in the Constitution, where the 14th Amendment is in the Constitution. They didn't want a direct challenge to it.
Yes,
that's what this was about.
Because it's straight on the Constitution. So my whole thing is they can't challenge this in the Senate like they would with TPS. Like if TPS wanted to make certain adjustments or new rulings on it, they will have to go through the Congress and Senate, right? But with the 14th, I don't think there's no Congress or Senate. It's just written in stone.
Well, the 14th Amendment, an amendment can only be changed by Congress, right? Technically. But the Supreme Court can overrule an amendment if they feel it's unconstitutional. But you got to remember this: the 14th Amendment is the post-Civil War amendments. So if you directly challenge the 14th Amendment, by default, you would be challenging the 13th Amendment and the 15th Amendment too. So they didn't want to have that fight. Yeah, that's why they ruled like this.
But this is my thing. Do you think that there could be a different type of solution where we could, there was such a time where, for instance, if my mom was pregnant, let's say at the time, and she wanted to go to DR, she couldn't travel to DR after 6 months or some shit like that. Like, can we bring that shit back? Like, if you're 6 months pregnant, when you have a 3 months visa, like that's enough time for you to pop a baby over here. So we shouldn't allow these women to get on the plane.
Maybe they could do that in the courts in that way. But the way they was trying to do it, like all sides fit all thing, you're directly challenging the 14th Amendment, and they didn't want to have that fight.
That's why I said it's complicated.
That's basically what it boils down to. They did not want to have that fight because let's say if they would have did what Trump wanted them to do, right, and limit the birthright citizenship, you'd have had somebody come along to directly challenge the 14th Amendment right after that. Somebody would have came along to directly challenge the shit, and they didn't want to have that fight because now instead of just challenging the 14th Amendment, you're challenging all of those amendments, the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th, because they all coincide together. It's not a one-size-fit-all thing. You can't just separate one from the other. They all come together.
I had to agree with Stanley a long time ago. He's like, it's in the Constitution, and that's it. And I'm like, yeah, I have to agree with you, but I don't like the optics of it, bro. It's not fair, it's not right, and I get it. I get it because it's written down. I understand those are the rules, but damn, man, can we as a country take measurements, bro? Like, because dude, when Joe Biden opened that border, God knows how many freaking terrorists came through that border, bro, and that's what I'm afraid of.
Right.
It's like,
we all afraid of that.
To train and go to work, and then some fucking dude is starting to pray. Boom. Like, nah, man. Like, I don't
Right.
want to go through this shit.
Yeah, nobody wants that, Latino, and I'm with you with that. But again, like I said, they ruled like this only because they didn't want a direct challenge to that 14th Amendment, because that would have
Hey, shit, they
opened
would have been
a whole
challenging that
can of
shit for
worms.
years to come.
Yeah, you'd have had challenge after challenge after challenge. If they'd
Challenge,
have
I
ruled
think
in
this shit
Trump
would have gone
favor,
up to 20 to 10 years, bro.
yeah,
No bullshit.
yeah, you'd have had people coming after the amendments directly. It's
Yep.
just like somebody, you know what I mean? Let's say, you are you
I
familiar
get
with
what
Brown
you're saying
versus Board?
because it's setting a bad precedent. Then now, if it's the 14th, then what next?
Right.
I get what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, that's what it basically boiled down. If you challenge one amendment, that means all the amendments up for
And it could
grabs.
be
And
challenged. Yep,
God,
it could be up for
God
grabs.
forbid somebody
So,
challenge the Second Amendment, right?
yeah, or the first.
Or the First Amendment, right? That is exactly. So that's what they were thinking about when they were thinking about
You
the
know, my
decision.
favorites
If
is
you
the
could,
fifth and the fourth.
di-
You know,
yeah, if you directly challenge the 14th, that opens the door to challenge the First Amendment and the second, any other amendment, right? And they don't want to have that fight. Basically, they don't want to have that fight.
Oh man, this is crazy. But this is
All right,
this is how I woke
I'm
up
gonna go
this
back in the
morning.
chat because I'm at work, so I'll be in the
No
chat.
problem, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming up. That's BD Sports, y'all. Hit go to his channel, subscribe, y'all. This is how I felt this morning when I heard the news. Yeah, unfortunately. That's how I felt. I was like, God damn, man. Like, ah. But then again, dude, like, let's be honest. Like, let's say Trump would have gotten what he wanted. Like, the process to go back in time to everybody's paperwork, bro, that would have cost taxpayers so much fucking money. It's ridiculous and a waste of time, dude. To be honest, I think that he should have gone a different route with this, man. I think he should have put certain type of measurements, you know, traveling, like pregnant women getting on board after 6 months, shit like that, man. Like, or a visitor's visa, you know, where it's like, hey, you know, and I get that, you know, you kind of borderline breaking people's, you know, rights here by asking these stupid ass questions, right? But it's like, dude, we can't keep allowing this shit to happen, dude. Like, how do we stop this? Because all it takes is for one person from Nigeria, one person from fucking China, Japan, wherever, to just come here one time, pop a baby, and they leave. That baby's automatic citizen. And then when that baby grow up to be 18, that baby can ask for his parents. Because like, dude, they have a plan for this shit. And that's how they get to cut ahead of the line. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen this shit happen even in DR, and sometimes I'm just like, okay, I'm happy for you, but I'm kind of disgusted. What up, Josh? Any opinions on this situation today, or anything
Oh
particular?
no, from the DOS side, which I guess now ICE would probably enforce, but for it's gonna basically the effect it's gonna have is directly on visa processing. I promise you that it will most likely be the case that any visa applicants might actually have to submit a pregnancy test for the females.
Bro,
I'll
I'm
bet
sorry,
you
I'm gonna have to agree
anything
with you on
within
that,
the
dude.
next couple of years that will be a
I'm gonna have to agree with you, Josh. Like, how do we stop this madness? There has to
there's
be
already been
some type of alternative.
yeah there's already been pilot programs for that. They've been done in the past, but only for like a specific set of countries. I pretty much think that'll just now become a requirement.
But no one is concerned about that high 80 rank. Yo, dude, I mean, I'm concerned about all that, but it's like, this is my thing, Aztec. Like, the reason why I worry about the terrorism over the little petty, stupid ass crimes is because usually those petty crimes, you know, they let them out. I mean, that's how it works here now. Like, if it's less than 1,000 or 2,000 or some shit, they just let you out with no bail, dude. In certain liberal, areas. In the red states, it's not like that. You better pay that bond. And that's what I'm saying. When it comes to those minor little, things that the migrants do, like, yeah, it kind of affects the overall, community, but at the same time, is it as big as a terrorist attack or something? No. So I that's why I worry more about the terrorist attack than, a Venezuelan stealing a bike or some shit. You know what I mean? Because it's a bigger problem. Like, we don't really know who's here, dude.
Just think of the cost that comes with not doing it, right? So, like, think of all of the visas. I think these aren't the official numbers; these are estimates. But
Russia,
I think,
China.
well, the year before last, we had something like I think it was 2.7 million immigrants. Now, this doesn't include the student visas, right? That was actually literally people that went processed through it. If we're looking at total numbers from immigrants, like all people that came to the U.S., it was actually closer to 51 million in the last 3 years.
Shit, man. Yeah, I don't think that, like, we should. I don't know, man. And I know it's gonna seem kind of fucked up to say these things, but we should have a rule where I think that if you were a student, right, you can have a relationship. You can't stop anybody from that, right? But like, if you have a kid or something, dude, like, you gotta, like, I don't know, man. Like, something's gotta give, dude. Like, we can't just keep doing this shit.
There's ways around that too, right? So it can be the case because there are different types of visas that require basically like swearing a promise kind of thing, right? Where you won't do this or that. And basically violating those agreements are considered perjury. You can't really, like, lie. So the idea would be to make a swear or an oath of some type, right? And then violate that by basically breaching their agreement that you have with your visa. There's ways of going about it. However, the cost of that enforcement goes back on to, well, basically the visa applicants, right? So imagine all of the, and I'm guesstimating somewhere around 700,000 students getting processed, all of the females having to take, basically pregnancy tests before they come. It's already bad enough. Keep in mind, it's already bad enough. You have to pay all of these fees. Like, getting a visa in the United States, kind of expensive. And the requirements.
It is.
Yeah, and these are just tourist visas, right?
Yes.
Not only on top of that, right? You got to meet all of the requirements. I think some countries, it requires like $15,000 deposit in a bank account that you just have to show that you have access to liquid funds, right?
I'll tell you how it is in DR, because my mom, it took her literally like almost 8 to fucking 10 years to ask for my aunt just for a visitor's visa, right? So the first time around, they'll give you a what is it, a 3 or 6 month visa. Then the second time around, they'll give you a year's visa, and that's like the highest limit that you could have, right? In order for her to get that, my mom had to have an income, right, and show that she at least has been working for at least more than 5 or 3 years or some shit. She had to have a place to live. So if my aunt does come and visit, she has an address. What else? Oh, and of course the fees that my mom had to pay to get all this, shit for her and stuff. It cost her a good like $4,000, dude.
It's usually the case that when a government does something, they're going to push the cost off onto I'm calling it the end consumer. It's just kind of how we operate. That's really what it's going to boil down to. So, that's pretty much my prediction as to how it'll go. They'll just push all of this down to the applicants themselves. So it'll be the people that, to be fair, right? Nobody really gives a shit about the legal tourist or the legal visa or the legal immigrants, right? It's the illegal ones.
It's the illegal ones.
It's the ones that are trying to skirt.
I don't really have a flock for like residents, bro, because at the end of the day, they stationary here to live here to, do a life and hopefully become citizens and, assimilate.
Right.
It's the others, bro. It's the the student visas, the fucking the tourists, the illegal ones that come here, no matter from where. They could be from Ireland, they could be from fucking what is it, Norway. I don't give a shit. They're not supposed to be here, period. Because everybody always wants to just, all the Haitians or the Syrians. No. Even the Ukrainians gotta go.
It will be the case that the majority that are basically doing what they're supposed to do will suffer the consequences, specifically the economical cost onto the minor groups that are actually like basically causing all of the problems. That's really what it boils down to. The small group is going to get, basically, they're going to ruin it for the large group. And they're the ones that are ultimately going to have to pay for it.
The others. And I like that you put it that way. I'm going to start using that. The others.
Well, I'm a supremacist, right? I believe in the idea of the others.
Same here, dude. I'm a supremacist too. I was told I was racist last week, 2 weeks ago.
Stand on it. I embrace
I'm standing on it because I'm not racist. It's just that I don't like bullshit. And everybody always wants to put feelings with racism. And it's like, stop doing that because you don't have an argument.
I agree.
Like, it's ridiculous. It's like basically a cop-out. Oh, let me give a shout out to CCM, my favorite CCM here, because there's another guy named CM. He's useless. So just say, shout out to you, CCM. Not CM, CCM. All right, continue, Josh.
No, there's not much I can add to it. My take is a little bit weird, and I actually predicted this is going to happen. No offense.
Oh, same. I knew it was going to happen.
I wanted it. Like, I actually honestly wanted the birthright citizenship to get ironclad, but that ain't going to happen.
No, it ain't going to happen.
So I kind of that. It's just ultimately that this is my prediction, and only because we've done, or at least State Department's done this in the past, right? Now they're just going to basically make it a generalized policy.
Do you think now, because of this, ICE is going to crank it up now?
No. And there's a reason for that. Well, because if you
I have a different reason.
Well, I'm just looking at the statistics, right? So the first, when ICE basically got activated, right? They've been around for a while, right? But by activated, right? I think the first month they had some crazy number of deportations, and then the next month it dwindled down. The next month it dwindled down, right? And it keeps going down, and it's because they basically are enforcing stuff that just hasn't been enforced in I don't know how long, right? So it was easy to get everybody, or get huge amounts of people. They won't be able to crank up because there'll be lower numbers of people to go after.
Man, bro, I personally think that they need to crank it up now.
Yeah, but crank it up on who?
On everybody that they got on paper. That fuck it, bro. You've been here 20, 30 years illegally. You never tried. You got to get after these people, bro. Especially like, let's say TPS, right? Let's say we have young people at TPS. They finish graduating. They're supposed to go back and they still around. Fuck that. Go after these people before they start having children and shit, dude. Go after them, bro.
Well, they have. I mean, effectively,
but they got to crank it up, dude. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Wherever level we at right now, which is probably like 5 or 6, we need to crank that shit up to the max. That's what I'm saying.
Well, technically, I don't know how enforcement is either max. It's either on or off, right? I mean, really what it boils down to. What I mean
by the max is, like, you see these liberal states that are saying, oh, we're going to make it difficult for these federal agents to come here and follow the fucking federal laws. Guess what? Fuck you guys. We're going to push you to the side. I don't give a shit what you say. We're federal. We power state. And that's what's going to be.
It's kind of a misnomer, right? So basically,
that's how it used to be. That's how it used to be when Bill was around, dude.
Well, it just means like a sanctuary state, and all they're really saying is they're not going to basically, like, let's just say somebody goes through booking, right, and they can't verify citizenship or they can't verify residency. that instead of them actually notifying ICE, they just don't do it. That's effectively what a sanctuary city is. That doesn't actually stop the feds from coming in and doing what they want to do. It's the difference between being very easy and just typing in a computer network or physically going to a location. Like, that's really what the difference is between the two.
Man.
In the concept of a cracking down, you're going to technically over the last year and a half, it's always been this way, but every month that goes by, you're going to find less and less deportations.
Were you surprised at the number?
No.
5 to 4.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was 6-3 on the.
No. It was 5 to 4 on the birthright citizenship.
Yeah. No. I'm not.
The
really
TPS was 6 to 3.
Yeah.
In favor of Trump.
I'm not surprised from it. That, to be honest with you, that's kind of like indicative of, like, say, voting within the United States. If you take the college electorates, right, like, it'll be like 60-40, right? It's usually pretty close to each other. It's usually how it works out.
Shit. Let's see what one of my favorite justices has to say.
Back to Shannon Bream for the view from Justice Thomas, who was a dissenter here. Shannon.
Yeah, in his dissent, he gets to that point, Bill, that you're making there. The 14th Amendment was enacted in the wake of the Civil War, quote, with the one pervading purpose of securing equal citizenship for the freed slaves. He writes, it was enacted, as Justice Harlan wrote, to secure to a race recently emancipated the civil rights that other citizens enjoyed. So Thomas has always been about that was the purpose of the 14th Amendment. He goes on to say that the court, meaning the majority now, has repurposed the 14th Amendment to protect its own set of preferred rights that the Reconstruction Congress never contemplated and that cannot find support in the text. Today, the court does so by recognizing a constitutional right to citizenship for the children of all foreign birth tourists and illegal aliens. Uses very specific language there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying, bro. So he agrees with what you and I are saying. You get what I'm saying? But everybody else, I guess, is like, nah.
Well, no, they don't. So the problem is okay, right? So if it's the case that immigration is the disease, right?
Yeah.
There are multiple cures, right? It's just instead of using this way, which would be more of a, I'm going to call it a blanket, right? Like, this is more of an inoculation, right? Let's say that you're worried about, like, basically somebody coming onto U.S. soil as a tourist, right? Popping out a baby, right? And that's basically a pathway to citizenship.
You should.
That's the over-encompassing way of dealing with a lot of different issues, right? Is to just hit the birthright citizen, just take that out in general, right? But since they don't agree with that, it'll fall back. It'll just, like, as I said, it'll fall back to something like visa requirements, at least for females, being required to submit a pregnancy test during their tourist application.
You know what we should do? I'm pretty sure this is the law already anyways, but we just need to enforce it. When these women here, right, have these kids, right, let's say, okay, fine, your kid would be a citizen, right? But you as a tourist or whatever your time is here, you have to go, which means you're going to have to take your child anyways. Well,
they usually do, right? But keep in mind that kid is now a U.S. citizen abroad. So all they have to do is go back home and fill out a lot of paperwork, and they come right back in. Now the
parents
is, yeah. Now the difference
I thought that the kid could ask for the parents after he was 18. Like, see, this is what we need to do.
So yes and no. There's always loophole. There's always a loophole, right? That's what it is.
That's how I see. So the way it works, like, from the perspective of Dominicans, because I've known a lot of Dominicans in my life, and my parents happen to be Dominican. So, for instance, like, if a mom is a citizen here, right, and she's married to a man, or even she just has a child out there, right?
Right.
As long as that kid is under 18, once she, as a citizen, asks for that kid is automatically a fucking U.S. Citizen, which I think is fucking ridiculous. That's one,
Well,
right? So because he's under 18, but if he's over 18, it takes more time for that kid now to be able to come to the United States. It's a faster process if he's under the age of 18.
yeah.
That's nuts, though. That's insane.
There's all kind. Well, see, if you thought citizenship would just be the problem, Social Security is another issue. Like, there's lots of things that are granted to. I guess if you hold the citizenship title, right? There's a lot of other benefits that come that way. There's special services that taxpayers pay. So now you're paying for a kid that technically being raised somewhere else, right? Like, even if they just want to go back home, they can. I wouldn't call it a check, right? But it'd be services rendered.
Man, dude, I knew it in my hearts of hearts that they wasn't gonna change this at all, because it's like BD just said, it's gonna set a precedent where you can now start changing amendments, and we don't want that. You know. But does it really define what Clarence Thomas is saying, where it's just, this was meant for, blacks after slavery, and or is it really more than that? Because if you think about it, right?
Well, when the amendment came out, yes, it was specifically for those people, right?
See, that's where I was going to get to. But hasn't the amendment changed through time?
Not that amendment. No, that was.
No?
I believe that was the one, right? 14th was. I'm pretty sure that was the last to that amendment. There's been other amendments. I think
they've been adjusted, right? But this one, like this is what I'm saying. Like, you sure that this one has not ever been adjusted after the
1860s? No, I don't believe so. Could be wrong. I don't.
Let me see.
But I don't believe so.
Give me a second. I'm gonna look this up real quick. 14 to the Constitution. Okay. All right. Let me stop sharing this. Pop this up. Yeah, because let's see what it says. Ratified in 1868, following the Civil War, the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution addressed citizenship right and equal protection under the law. Its primary purpose was to protect the rights of formerly enslaved people. Yeah, see? So, yeah, it does say former enslaved people. But let me see, does it adjust anything else on it? Amendment, America, Yes, see, so they did adjust, because then they put a citizenship clause, because that wasn't there before. So look, it grants. This is what I'm saying. This was added.
No.
It must have been added afterwards, bro, because that wasn't.
No. Scroll down. So you're talking about the Bill of Rights, the 14th, that was pretty much established in, I think, what was it, 1860 what? 1865? Scroll back up.
1868.
1868. So that was it, right? Now you scroll back down, they'll start talking about like the clauses, right? No, those were there. What you're getting down to is going to be states. So you have like the U.S. Constitution, and then every state has their own constitution, right? It's where things get a little bit hairier, where the state doesn't line up with the Fed so much. That is the case.
Let me see. Can you? Oh shit! I gotta stop sharing this one and share the other one. Fuck. I hate that it does that. Like, just share the other page that I clicked on. Fuck. All right. Let's see what it says here. Most commonly known in the general, which primarily Landmark causes of Brown versus section. Person who born, nationalized, subject, jurisdiction, therefore, thereof. There's phenomenon force. Yeah, man. I'm trying to find out like if they added these things to it, like because that's my question. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Because
don't. I
if it was
don't.
about slavery, right? Like, why would they add all this other shit for foreigners outside you know what I'm saying? Because
Well,
that shouldn't
to
matter.
be fair, the concept of outsiders was an issue even back in, well, hell, even before the 1800s. Like it was just always the case. Like, I mean, today's problem isn't actually very much different from, say, 1850. There was always this concept of a threat of outsiders, right? Really, what we're talking about is the how do you go about dealing with the problem? Now, what you could have done 100 years ago, you can't do today.
Yeah, man. Oh,
But to be fair, the problems from 100 years ago a little bit different than what we're dealing with today, right? Like it could be the same problem, but it functions differently.
mm-hmm. Damn, man. Fuck.
So,
I really thought.
but I promise you, immigration was an issue back in exactly 1800s. The beginning of the 1800s is when we had what was it, railroad boom, right? And we
Mhm.
were importing a shit ton of Chinese people because, cheap
Yeah,
labor.
yeah, cheap labor.
Right?
I mean,
So
that's what Japan is doing with the Indians now too.
yeah. So I mean, immigration has always been
Yeah, it's always been
it's
a
always
thing.
been an issue that we've contended with.
Yeah.
But now, if you're talking about specifically that citation within the Bill of Rights,
Mhm.
yes, that was specifically dealing with one very specific group of people, and quite literally the slaves. Not even not even all of the blacks, just the ones that were enslaved. To be fair, this is because if you look at it, right, if you're being imported from the outside and you're basically property, right, your papers really just means your owners. Right now, the problem is there's no such thing as ownership, right? But you
Mhm.
also don't have any like citizenship, I guess. You know, you basically come into the crack, you fall into the cracks, and now you have to deal with them. That's why the amendment comes about, is to deal with a group of people to stop them from falling through the cracks. So you're either going to throw them out or you're going to basically give them citizenship. So what do you choose at that point?
Sure.
We had a civil war and said they had to be freed, right? But that
Yep.
doesn't solve the problem as to, okay, well, they're free, right? But they're not us. So what do we do with them? This is what that's about. And for those people that want to talk about reparations, it was offered. Some people accepted, most didn't, right? But that's literally what Liberia was.
Liberia.
Yeah, it was a West African country that was what do you call it, ACS or something like that. We basically funded the whole. Well, we'll send you back where you came from, of course, right? Generations later, right? Where you came from, you were always here. But like it was a thing. Most didn't accept it, and to be fair, that they were like everybody else, wanted to come
Yeah,
here.
this
Oh, they're
dude.
fucking Chenard.
Yeah, I know. All the time coming in hot.
Give him a minute, he'll start talking about his tap dancing thing.
Oh yeah. He's probably tap dancing as we speak. As we speak, he's probably tap dancing. Yo, but I wanted to
Click
ask
the
you
link,
'cause
Shenard. Click the link, Shenard. Why don't you come up here if you got
fucking
something to
I
say?
actually like talking to you and I like your opinions and stuff, right? Because you know, I might agree with certain things and might disagree with certain whatever, but we you know, we have a cordial conversation.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
what was I going to say? What you think about the Supreme Court also ruling that Trump is actually, you know, in charge of shit except the, you know, the Federal Reserve, of course. and he can fire anybody he wants at will.
Well, within the executive branch, that actually is the purview of the president.
Right? That's what I thought.
Yeah.
When the fuck did it get like this to the point that this even had to be challenged in the Supreme Court? Like, because
of the concept that Trump has actually exercised his right to get rid of basically executive branch appointees. Now it's his purview to throw out anybody, pretty much anybody he wants out. I'm sure there's stipulations as to how that's done, but I don't know those off the top. Right now, putting them in, right now, it has to be the president appointee, right? But Congress has to also approve. It's actually easier to get rid of somebody than it is to put them in. But again, that's how our system works, and that it's just always been that way. Now, Trump might be a little bit of a meanie about it, but so what? That's the purview of the president. If we didn't like it, we wouldn't have voted him in. You don't put a guy into office and then bitch about like, oh, right, like he just turned crazy. So that's who we voted for. No, I didn't, But again, this is like not new to me. This has been discussed for a long time. It's kind of predictable where it's going to go.
What up, Deacon? Okay. Yeah, man. Fucking. Yo, give me a second. Yo, babe. Nah, I was just talking to my wife real quick.
No, it's a problem. It's not a problem at all.
How's the other side of the world, man?
Shitty. It is a second world country, and it is shitty.
What country is that again? You would say you Bangkok, right?
I'm currently in communist Vietnam.
Vietnam, right? Vietnam. Vietnamese. We got a lot of Vietnamese over here, man.
Oh yeah. All you got to do is find a nail salon. Guarantee you what nationality they're going to be.
Fucking this guy, Mark Wahlberg. I don't know if you know him, the actor from Boston, piece of shit. Fucking, in his racist rant, I guess, beat the shit out of like a Vietnamese, in Dorchester, and fucking like knocked out his eye, I guess, like for real. Like the guy's like blind in one eye today. And I guess he tried to be like a sheriff or something like that in Boston, and the people were like, "Fuck no."
He's got a criminal record. I'm surprised that he even thought like there are some offices that are kind of limited, like you're not supposed to. You can't.
That was like, maybe he's Hollywood and shit, and it's like, no, fuck that, bro. Like you punched a dude's eye out. It happens to be fucking Vietnamese.
So like the idea that it's been adjudicated, or let's just say the Supreme Court has concluded it, right? That does not mean that that's the end of this matter.
No, it ain't. Like that's what people think. It ain't. They're gonna find loopholes around this. Like I told you, we're gonna find ways of like not letting pregnant women get on planes and shit like that. Like little things, bro. That's gonna add up.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm Department of State used to have, they had a couple pilot programs for pregnancy test requirements, right? So I'm almost sure those will become generalized policies now. I'm almost sure of it.
Man,
and to be fair, like the visa policies actually aren't law. Here, I had to explain it, right? The application process for a visa coming, let's just say for a Vietnamese, is not going to be the same requirements coming from, let's just say the Republic of Georgia, right? They're basically per case or per country, right? So that consular can, or I'm sorry, that ambassador can. He's at the directive of the president. However, he's at the directive of the Department of State, right? But the president basically can throw his weight around and have any policy he wants done. It's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
policy. It's all policy enforcement.
So you're basically saying that, for instance, if it's a country like, I don't know, fucking Somalia, and we allowed, I don't know, 10,000 a year, you saying that we could cut that shit down to 500 and then basically add that number
No,
somewhere else?
no, the number itself is congressionally mandated, right? Like they are the ones that absolutely mandate the numbers as to how many are allowed to come in and from what countries, right? So like one country can be allotted like 1 million, another country can be like 5 million. They've got their weird formulas, they come up with it, but Congress actually dictates the caps that are on immigration. Tourist, on the other hand, is a different thing.
Yeah. That's gonna be, and then that's another thing too, because it's like if we start changing shit on tourism, right? Like let's say those visas, like ain't we kind of hurting our, tourism in a sense?
It could, right? Like it could. I have no idea. Just it's a little bit. If you use the historical records, the answer is kind of no, as in the numbers that come. But that's just because usually it's the case that tourist visas are always on an upward trend.
I mean, people want to travel,
right? where your cost gets kicked in. Let's just say that it basically requiring pregnancy test for, like, I don't know, people with student visas or something.
Yeah,
that's where stuff. But I don't know how to measure that, right? Because
how would you even go about it too? Like, it's just it's a little bit too much. The student ones are going to be difficult, but the visitors one, fine. That could be much simpler depending on long of the stay. It's like, okay, this woman is not pregnant. She's only going to be here for 6 months.
Right.
By that time, you could put her ass on a plane. You get what I'm saying? Like, those would be easy to figure out. But the student ones, dude, they got 4 years to be here.
Yeah, to be fair, overstay visas are usually
they do.
Best as I can tell, those are the vast majority of violations out there.
Yep.
Now, how that gets enforced, it was always supposed to be local law enforcement. It's just a whole weird thing now, right? But there have been changes. If you look at like what they call the real ID, that actually has your immigration information in it and your citizenship in it.
Yeah. I got one of those, but it's like, fuck, I don't want to.
Well,
but
for those of you that
I got 2 years to get that shit done.
My state just recently, so like this has been around for 10 years, right? Like they've been told to do it like 10 years. My state just did it. I think it was last year, or maybe it was this year. I don't remember. All it is they're basically digital scans that go from the state into the to a federal, because it's basically a federal access ID. It's really what it comes down to.
Yeah. Crazy. You could get through federal buildings with it now and stuff like that, but not in the sense of like, back then, if you wanted to go to certain federal buildings, you needed to show your ID or your passport or whatever. Now all you got to just show your real ID.
Yeah, well, real ID is basically, think about like a driver's license, but it also has your social security information. It's also got a digital copy. It's got a digital copy of your birth certificate in it.
Yep.
And it's just now that it's state issued, right? But it's also it's federal access, right? That's really what it was about.
I mean, dude, look, I traveled, what was it, 2 years ago to Disney World, and everybody, my wife has hers, her cousins have theirs, my kids don't, they don't really need that shit now because they're kids, right? But I just had my passport, and I had to go through a whole line in the airport with TSA than everybody else that did have it. Everybody else that did have it went through the line like in 2 minutes. I had to wait like 15 minutes in the line, bro. It's nuts. It's like this is even a different line for people that have normal IDs and you know what I mean? Yeah.
It'll take a while. Yeah. fucked up part is I've just always so I've always had my passport. Well, I got 2 passports, right? But I've always just used my passport, and I don't get around for it, right? So I didn't really care about New York State ID system. I just didn't care.
Oh, my bad, dude. This is a good comment, right? God damn.
As being whitey, I honestly do not understand like the whole Dominican versus Haitian thing. Like I have no
It's just
idea.
two different cultures, two different everything, bro. We're talking about French and Spanish, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And
Okay, okay.
even though we're all, we have African descent in us, there was a separation when, the Spanish came, bro. They took a side, and then the French took another side, and it's just a different of culture, bro. Like, we may
Sure.
do similar things. Some of us may look alike, and some of us may do the same shit, but that doesn't mean we're the same people.
Yeah, we got the same thing. So Whitey's got this problem too, right? Like the Italians, which I'm Italian and
Yeah,
German.
dude,
We ain't like
I
the
understand
Irish.
this. I live in
Yeah.
Massachusetts where we have Italians and fucking Irish, and they hang out, but they don't ever say that they're the same.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And to be fair, we like shitting on the Irish.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
Right?
trust me, I've hung out with like, dude, like I've even gotten part of the action where they start, with the racist Spanish jokes, but they go at each other all the time.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And it's like, and people may take it as like, if I invite, one of these dudes from here from YouTube to hang out with my friends, and they're doing that type of shit, they'll be like, damn, Latino, you just gonna let them talk that racist shit? And it's like, bro, you don't realize that they're doing that shit to each other. It's like, but you know what I mean? But you want to take it all personal and shit. Like,
Come on,
man.
Shenard. Pull up
That's how
on
these
panel.
people. That's how these people think, dude. It's disgusting. Like, this is why I said nobody would manage to be a Dominican here, bro. Because like being a Dominican, you get roasted like from the age of birth to now. Like, you can't, like, dude. Like, if I go to my mom's house, like, we were having conversations and shit, all of a sudden we start busting jokes. Like when I had my dreads, she was like, "Look at you. You look like a mom."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, damn, mom. It's like, come on. It's like, why you want to look like, you know what? And I'm like, come on, mom. Like, she will make these type of jokes, and it is what it is. But it was funny to me, and it's like, okay, I get it.
Come on, Shenard. Pull up on panel. There is no point arguing with chat. The chat has been undefeated in every fucking channel I've ever seen in the last, I don't know, 20.
Oh yeah, you can't.
Last 9 years I've been on YouTube, right? Like it's always undefeated. To argue with them,
you can't argue with the chat.
Yeah. So you might as well come up here and argue with somebody you got a chance against. Me.
You can't argue with the chat. Can't. Latinas and Latinos roast each other. Yeah, bro, on a daily basis, bro. Like, dude, you gotta understand, dude. You know how many years I took of heartaches, bro? Like with my buddies and stuff. You know how many years, dude? Like it was like 5 to 4 years of just torment. Like, it's like, oh man, you can't take it, you can't dish it, then you can't hang, bro. And then it just went from me being angry to me being like, okay, fuck that. Like, all right, this time I'm gonna say this time I'm gonna say that, this time I'm gonna say this. This is why I'm so good at, like, coming with the quick puns. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just been years of being roasted and roasting. That's just what it is, bro, with Dominican culture. It's just fucking nuts, man.
Shenard, you want me to drop down? I'll be happy to like pull off panel so you don't like have to like, I don't know, be contested, right? Just bring your tap shoes up here and do the song and dance for us.
I mean, for anybody that wants to come up, the link is pinned, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is.
That's how I got up here. So yeah.
Any questions about TPS? Any questions about any of the Supreme Court rulings? Transgender banning, which is one of the great ones that happened today too. That probably is not going to get that much headway because of the birthright citizenship thing. But yeah, they officially banned trans from female sports, dude. Yeah. It's a good one, man. Because I have two daughters, and they do gymnastics. They do
Wait,
what
that
else?
one,
Cheer.
that one was just an executive order, wasn't it?
Nah, they said that the executive order actually, he's allowed to do that, I think.
Wait, no. He's allowed to do it, but the problem with executive orders is well, they can be overturned by the next sitting president, right?
Let's
You
see.
kind of
Let's
want
see
it.
what they say. Let's see.
You want it run through Congress if you can pull it.
Let me see. Let me pop. How long is? Ugh. It has to be a shorter video.
Yeah, executive branches or executive orders can all be turned over by a
Okay.
next sitting president.
All right, let's watch this. It was only a minute and some change. Yeah, because the other one was like fucking 12 minutes. It's like Jesus Christ.
Supreme Court has just ruled on one of the biggest cases of the court's current term, a case involving the constitutional rights of transgender student athletes, and specifically whether states can ban transgender athletes from playing on.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, for instance, if Alabama don't want to deal with that shit, they got the right to do it. But if Massachusetts wants to allow, the Shroons to play dodgeball with chicks and knock them out, they can.
Girls.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a big fan of states' rights.
Those.
You're not, yeah, me neither, dude. I think that federal law should always overrule.
Well, it does, right? But that's states' rights.
You think?
Basically like relinquishing a thing. Let's say like the
You
abortion
think?
thing. All they did was overturn it, right? Which pushed it down to the states. So I think like 38 states have some type of weird bans on abortion, right? But the other ones don't, right? So it's like it's a toss up.
Yeah.
I prefer I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to not like states.
Yeah, this is why I be saying a monarchy. That's what they call it. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
To be fair, most of the Christian nationalists lean toward monarchy. I'm the asshole that leads to a theocracy, only because one of the problems that did happen already kind of happened, right? So I just doesn't it. King Henry fucked it up, right? So I mean, letting the king have it, I disagree with, but that's just going off of history.
Yeah, it's just going off of history, but god damn it, dude, we have a lot of people in power and choice, and they can't even come together for the common good of us. So it's like, fuck, dude, like, could it be possible to just have one guy, like, for instance, like we're talking about state laws and shit, and it's like sanctuary cities, right? How they protect illegals, which is, federally legal, like, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense, bro. So it's like you basically slapping federal law in the face and laughing at it and making a mockery of it. And it's like, yo, so how is federal law even enforced?
Well, there was a mechanism that enforces it, and it did work really well until. Okay, so here's how it works, right? Say a state does something that goes against a federal mandate. Generally, the first, I guess, mechanism that's enforced is the feds basically pull some funding from that state.
Yeah,
right?
See, but why have to go through those loops and
well,
all that
it would normally work with the exception of the states now. What they do is, right, we're not getting the money from the Fed, right? We'll just jack up property taxes.
Yeah, that's what they end up doing, bro. And then we end up getting fucked.
Yeah, so
it's like just do what you're told, man. Like,
yeah,
damn, man.
So there's mechanisms for enforcement, like how they should be done, I guess, right? It's just there's always scapegoats, and it's just the middle guy. I'm sorry, Joe Blow that just owned a house, right? Probably struggling through his daily life, right? He's the one ultimately pays for it.
Man, this is fucking crazy. Let me see what ponders Stanley King Chenard over here. What does yeah, he doesn't understand any of that, man. He won't get it, dude. Like Napoleon owned Haiti for a bit. Like It's just shit history, dude. Like it just like this happened all around the world, dude. Like come on, man.
Well,
Like the Portuguese had to kick out the Crusaders, wasn't it? Like come on, the Crusades. Like
yeah.
come on, dude. Like fuck.
AE, could you explain to me what you mean by the Carmelo thing going through the appellate system?
Yeah, Ponder, pop up, man. If you have some time, pop up. All right, let me hear the rest of this guy.
State bans, but it's bigger than just those 2 states. 25 other states have similar laws saying that transgender athletes can indeed participate, but only on the team that matches their biological sex at birth. So let's go to Jan Crawford, our chief legal correspondent, who's been reading through this ruling. Jan, good morning. How did
25 states? That's basically half.
they rule, and on what grounds?
Well, the justices in a ruling by Justice Brett Kavanaugh are saying that states can ban transgender athletes from participating in women's sports. They're saying that these state laws, you mentioned, there are 27 of them, more than half of the states have these kind of bans, that they don't violate the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause, and they do not violate Title IX, that landmark 1972 law that really leveled the playing field for girls' sports. They're saying that these states have rational reasons for wanting to have girls and boys sports teams, and that states feel free to create those teams, draw those lines however they want to draw them, including based on someone's biological sex. So this means that those state laws that now ban transgender participation.
The Supreme Court has just ruled on one of the biggest cases of the court's
let me take
current.
this shit down. I want to do something real quick. I want to search something. What up, Bobby P? Let me go to Gronk real quick. Gronk, let's search something real quick. I want to know what, because Shenard is here talking shit, right? So I want to know what's the year GDP. GDP.
Oh God, please don't ask about some states. Like California is crazy high GDP. Texas is pretty high.
Something else.
I think Texas is, man, there's some weird shit out there. Make you cry. See how California alone has more purchasing power than 2/3 of Europe.
Oh no, their economy is ridiculous, but they're always fucking behind. I just don't get it. Okay, buying power estimated. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for. Let me see. That's not true. I think this shit didn't. I think I didn't specify it. Fuck. I'm trying to see how much, in comparison, does African Americans here make altogether. That's what I'm trying to.
I have no idea. I've actually never looked at I've never looked at it in those terms before.
Yeah, because it's fascinating, right? Because guess what I found out the other day? That yearly, Latin Americans and everybody else in the world, right, make up at least $800 million a year in transactions to their country.
Foreign remittances. Yeah, that's that.
200 million. 200 million short from $1 trillion, right? So
yeah.
So just put that in perspective. That's just sending money. Okay.
Yeah, it's basically somebody coming on U.S. soil and sending money to another country.
Right. So just put that in perspective. That's just 800, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, think of them living here. Think of them spending money on food. Think of them doing all the regular shit that all Americans do, right? Got to pay taxes. Got to do all that, right? How much more money you think that is?
I have no idea.
But it would be more than that money that they're sending, right? Because they wouldn't be sending most of their money and then, not living where they at, right? It doesn't make any sense. Right?
Well, yeah. So if they weren't say they weren't sending that money back home, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it would usually be based on, well, their family would be here, right? So there would be nobody home to send, right? So they would also be paying higher amounts, right? So like here, like Vietnam, right? Like let's just say the rent. My house is like roughly about $150 rent, and it's a nice one, right? But it is just that, right? It's $150, something completely unheard of. Whereas I think the same place, if I was in New York, about 1,400, right? Like these are just stark differences in cost. So yeah, they would be spending that money in US, right? But they would also be spending more simply because our metric system for spending is a lot higher.
The reason why I bring this up is because he's saying all this, and also I had an FBA in the past state some nonsense, and I was like, bro, I'm pretty sure that not for nothing, but I'm pretty sure that we bring in more money into this country in terms of like taxes, in terms of sending money out. Like I said, 800 million, and you know who's responsible for that? 55% of Salvadorians are responsible for those transactions. So that's just one country alone. So we can't sit here and say, oh no, but that's parts of Africa too. No, that's a small, percentage. You get what I'm saying? Like Salvador takes the cake. So that's just 400 million, if you want to put in contrast, that they themselves are paying in transfer fees. Like this is amazing, bro.
Here's my concept that I have a weird moral problem with this, right? If I'm sitting here looking at people that are here, let's just say, let's call them migrant workers, right? They're in the US, right? And then they're sending money back home. How many of us, and I mean like after 3-4 generations in the US, right? Are us kids sending money to our parents?
To be honest, I have the privilege. I don't have to do that. If anything, if I need anything, my parents will call me and ask me if I need anything. I just always say no.
Right. But think about the loyalty toward family. It's this weird concept that it would appear that it might be a viable solution to utilize immigrants, or let's just say immigrants or immigration from foreign countries that hold better family values to replace some of the shitty ass crap that we might have in our own cultures, aka, and I'll be the first one to say, like, some of the white culture, I'm going to call them trailer trash, but I'm pretty sure we've got like we've got some assholes in other, like we've got Elite whites that are pretty bad, but the idea of us abandoning any type of family culture, I got nasty problems with, right? And so I hate to see foreigners doing it. Like I really hate to see it because it's this thing that we just kind of like let go of.
Yeah. But you know what it is though? We all complain about where this country's heading and where it's going. But the thing is that we have gotten so used to comfortability, bro. Like those people that usually come from a family-oriented place like that is because they struggle, bro.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's usually if you have a problem, you're supposed to rely on family. It's the one quality I would claim I really like about the AKA Latinos. I like any culture that has better family.
I'm not ashamed to say it. My wife makes way more. She makes what, double the amount of money I make. So like, it is what it is. But we get by though. I pay what I gotta pay. She does what she has to do. We take care of the kids. We make it happen, dude. Like we're not. She ain't better than me. I'm not better than her. Like it's just an equal, relationship, dude. Like I don't know what other way to put it, dude. And like there's a lot of Hispanic people just like me, bro, that you see that the woman, makes way more money than the dude, but the dude also, he does what he has to do. He works, he pays half of the bills or buys food, pays the light, the fixes shit around the house, just the man of the house, dude.
Yeah, that's what it is, right? Like if you're in a family, you're just pretty much doing whatever it takes for the family.
Yeah, but what I've tend to notice is that a lot of Americans, in general, it's like I see these videos of these girls like complaining or these guys saying, "Oh, why is it so hard?" or whatever. It's like it's really not. You just gotta learn how to compromise and
Yeah.
see through all the bullshit.
So speaking of which, I got some news. I got married today. Again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, I got. Let me be clear. I got married again to a woman I married like 8-9 years ago.
But this time legit. This time
No. This was some messed up stuff. I needed some government paperwork with my wife's name, right? She's Vietnamese, right? I needed some government paperwork with my wife's name on it, right? And they're asking for some like weird shit, right? And they spit out things like, I was like, okay, well, I got her social security card, right? Not a big deal. But they were asking brother, so, well, would you have a marriage certificate? And I was like, no, I fucking got married here. And then I found out they had an online marriage thing. I was like, so shit, right? I got married again just so I could get a government record with her name on it. It's fucking hilarious. But anyways, I got married again just so I could have a piece of paper with her name on it. Well, that was recorded by the U.S. Hilarious. Which she milked it, right? Had to get her another ring. She made sure.
Yeah, I need to get.
I don't know. Made sure to capitalize on it.
I need to buy another ring too, because So long story short, I usually take my fucking ring off, and like, if I'm cooking or I don't know, let's say my wife is busy with the kids or something, and like I just wash the dishes and get it over with, right? So she won't have to do it, right? And I take my ring off, or when I'm taking a shower, I take it off and I put it somewhere. And I have the habit of not putting it like in the same location. There's always a different spot.
Oh yeah.
So I guess I placed it somewhere, dude, and it's been like 6 months and I can't fucking find it. I know it's somewhere in this house. It's just I don't fucking know where it is. So at this point, I'm just gonna buy another ring.
I used to not be able to. I used not to be able to wear mine to work. And then when I converted from field down to pretty much being a fucking pencil pusher now, right? They don't care. But in the field, we were never allowed to wear rings. No personally identifiable information.
Yo, to CKJ, well, welcome to the show. Yeah, me and my wife talked about that, and we have taken minor steps. We should do way more. I told her that we should put the house in a trust. But then again, but doing that whole trust thing is going to be hard to kind of get the equity out when we need it. Because
it's always a pros and cons.
Yeah,
right?
You know what I'm saying. So once I take out the equity, then only then that's when I'm gonna put the house in the trust and all that shit.
Yeah,
we're trying to get we're trying to get 2 cribs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you'll figure it out, right? Just basically try to pay attention to as many pros and cons and figure out what works.
But my kids credit, dude, my kids don't even know it. My 12-year-old and my 5-year-old, their credit is better than mine.
Yeah, but
you want to know why? Because we took credit card, we opened up credit cards in their names and put it with us, and basically when we use it, we pay it, and it's just building up their credit.
Well, I mean, there's like
we don't even use it, like, because it's like they co into the mother's credit. You know what I'm saying? So every time the mom uses it.
Well, the offset about this is, and I'm calling it death tax, but that's just a generalized term, right? You also got to think about like what happens if in the case like you and the old lady drop, right? And now the kids have to deal with shit. Mm-hmm. You have to actually plan for all of that shit. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I know.
The moment you drop off the table, right? Like the state automatically
it becomes hard. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's so much weird bullshit that comes flying.
Her mom already
directions, right?
Her mom already did a trust.
Sometimes trusts just work out better.
No, they do. her mom put a trust on her home already, and she's planning to retire in the next like 2-3 years, and she put the house on, my daughter's names and and my wife and her son, and all her money and everything that she owns, stocks, all that shit. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, yeah.
Same my dad did the same thing. My dad and my mom did the same thing with their properties in DR. They put them and my kids in the trust. It's like shit. Everybody getting something except me.
Yeah, I got no. Well, to be fair, right? Like I got no
Like,
advice.
goddamn.
I've got no advice one way or the other, but I do thoroughly encourage you to look into it, just because God, it seems like
Yeah.
getting prepared now is a hell of a lot better than what could be coming around the
Yeah, I know,
corner.
but isn't it much harder though to get out to take out the like
It-
CKJ? I mean, the link is pinned. If you want to come up and you can hit the link because I would
I
like to know more about this shit.
Yeah, I can't answer that question because that wasn't
Because
my
this is the
thought
thing, like,
process in it. Yeah, I was more like a protection of the kids is really what it boiled down
yeah,
to.
I get
However,
all that,
right?
but like like I said, we're trying to get that second home, and how is it possible if the house is in the
It, it,
trust? Like, wouldn't it not be harder now to take
no,
out
it,
that
it,
equity?
it could no, it could be the case that doing what you got to do and waiting 5 years might be a better option, right? Economically speaking, it all depends on what you're trying to do, right?
We're trying to get another crib and basically
Right. So
rent it, make
if
some money off of that,
right, so if you need that now, then yeah, wait a couple
or
years.
flip a home because if this stupid ass governor of ours decides to put a rent cap in Massachusetts, like what's his name, Mandami, it's a wrap, dude. But it's in the ballot, so people actually got the choice to vote on it. So hopefully people vote no, because I'm definitely gonna vote no. Because if I see that does happen, then fuck, we're gonna have to take a different route. We're just gonna buy houses and flip them. Because I wanted to rent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie, property taxes not
No, they
getting any
suck.
better. When
The moment that you decide to cash out, you could just do it. You know what I mean? Shit, I don't know. Somebody's trying to come up, but the thing says device disconnected.
Yeah, it ain't me. Anyways, it is 12:30 in the morning. I have got to go take my ass to sleep. It's been a long day. I will catch up, man. I just wanted
You
to
have a
pop
good
in
one,
and have
man.
a
You
chat.
have a good night.
Take care, man.
All right, man. Peace. Yeah, man. We got the whole TPS. We got the whole banning transgender thing. Man, there's a lot of shit going on in the Supreme Court this week, man, and it's just been a couple W's for Trump, and then some losses if you think about it. Because I mean, at the end of the day, I am kind of up and down with this whole ruling. You know, what did I want, right? Because in a way, it's a win because you can't change the amendment and then expect other amendments not to be changed. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to open the doors for that. So in a way, this is pretty good, but we need to find measurements, man, like ways around, you know, people doing this type of shit. It's not cool. We got a whole bunch of Chinese people that come here just for vacation and pop babies. The Russians do it. All these people in Europe do it. Like, come on, man. It's not even cool, bro. Like, they're not citizens. They're never gonna fight for us. They're never gonna believe the things that that we hold in our hearts to be true as Americans. These people are not us. They're imitation. They're not us. Like Kendrick Lamar said, they're not like us. They're not like us. They're not. And when it comes to this whole TPS situation, I'm sorry, man, but get the buses, get the planes, get the boats, whatever way it works. If you got to tie them up in a drone and fly them out, fine. Let that be it. Because it is called temporary. It's in the name. Temporary. Doesn't mean forever. Forever, ever, ever. Forever, ever, 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 ever. No, it don't mean forever. It's crazy. Like, look, it's Pride Month. I still, right? It's still Pride Month, right? All right. Happy Pride Month for those that, that do that stuff. Fine, that's cool. It's not my cup of tea, but all right. But I don't agree with y'all, boxing with chicks and knocking them out. Like, you live your life. Fine, you do what you want to do. You live the way you want to live. This is America. This is what makes us beautiful. But Latino does not agree with a dude knocking a chick out. It's just not cool. Out sprinting a bitch. Out swimming a bitch. Boxing a hoe out. No. That's not safe. That's lunacy. It's craziness. So, I mean, there's been some good rulings. There's been some, a lot of people going to say, oh, shit, the birthright citizenship might be a loss for Trump. And it's like, okay, I really don't think so, man. I think it's actually a win for everybody because BD brought that valid point. Because, I mean, if you start changing amendments now, then what does that mean for the second? What does that mean for the first? What does that mean for the fourth? What does that mean for the fifth? Because I like those amendments, man. Imagine them changing that, man. This wouldn't be America anymore. So I don't know if they left this shit up for opening for Congress or something to try to change these laws and rulings. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one right there, bro. Yeah. See. That's why you that dude. That's why you that dude. That's why you that dude. I'm telling you, if it wasn't for the 19, we wouldn't be having no shrooms out boxing girls and knocking them out with a concussion. Nah, man. Because I don't got a problem with the shrooms, man. I really don't. Like, you live your life, you do what you do, fine. That's your prerogative. You know what I'm saying? There's some people that like to eat dirt. I don't get it, but that's what they like. Fuck you want me to do? Stop eating dirt? Nah, man. Like, I'm not gonna waste my energy and my time on that shit. It's crazy. Yeah, they can't. I mean, it's I don't know. They're gonna have to go through Congress or something, ponder. They're gonna have to figure something out, man. That's all I'm saying, because we can't keep continuing on this route. We just can't. Like, how long are we gonna continue to keep doing this shit? This is nonsense. Like, even DR is a third world country. I don't even think they allow this shit. Like, there's a lot of countries in Europe, man, that don't allow this behavior. Japan don't allow this behavior from the Chinese. But for some reason, we have to allow it. I just don't seem to understand this shit, man. I really don't. Shit is wild to me, man. Shit is fucking wild. All right, but let's see. Let's continue down. I wanted to see what my homeboy Clarence Thomas, because we were playing the clip, but I got a little bit distracted. So let's go.
Tourists and illegal aliens. Uses very specific language there. Again, Justice Thomas adhering and agreeing with the government's argument, with which they made here very passionately, that the 14th
right,
Amendment was about
Palomino.
protecting the children of freed slaves and not what we've come to understand it as. You see his language there. He mentions birth tourism. It came up in the arguments, and clearly that's a very big concern of the dissenters. We also have dissents by Justice Alito and others, so we'll read those as well.
Yeah, man, he was saying that, that was for the slaves, man. I don't know, man. And yeah, but when in the hell did they add that foreigner shit, man, and the other crap? That's what I want to know. Can somebody tell me? Because if it was only just for slaves, when the fuck they add that other shit? And that's what needs to be challenged and argued. You know what I mean?
And good morning, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. We're coming on the air because the Supreme Court has just released its ruling on the future of birthright citizenship here in the United States. That right has long been guaranteed under the 14th Amendment, but President Trump has been waging a battle to limit birthright citizenship to children of U.S. citizens or permanent residents. Let's get straight to ABC's senior Washington correspondent, Devin Dwyer, a battle to limit birthright citizenship to children of U.S. citizens or permanent residents. Let's get straight to ABC's senior Washington.
Yo, you saw what she just did there, bro?
Trump has been waging a battle to limit birthright citizenship to children of U.S. citizens or permanent residents. Under the 14th Amendment, but President Trump has been waging a battle to limit birthright citizenship to children of U.S. citizens or permanent residents. Let's get straight.
Yo, she a liar. She a liar. That wasn't even, man, bro. Oh, I can't even watch the rest of this shit, bro. This is why ABC needs to get sued, bro. Yeah, this is why they need to get sued, bro. Like ABC needs to. Oh, the link is pinned, but I'll drop it. Yeah, this is why ABC needs to get sued, man. This is crazy, bro. You heard her? She lied. Like, this is not what this is about. Illegals, fucking TPS, fucking visitors visas and student visas that overstay and then be having children and shit here, bro. It ain't nothing about no residents. It ain't nothing about. Oh my Lord, bro. Oh, this lady's such a liar, bro. Like, oh my God. I mean, this is why she gets paid. Damn, man, the liberal media, bro. They just keep doing themselves, man. These people are just stupid, bro. Like, that's not what it was about, bro. Like, Jesus, man. That gets me frustrated. Oh, the liberals suck, dude.
To accept this, the Supreme Court, so I'll accept. I think it's very bad for our nation. We're the only nation that does it. No other nation does that birthright citizenship. No, not even close. Some did it, they ended it. It's tremendously destructive. It's extremely costly. I don't know, it's up to them. But in terms of for the good of the country, it'd be great if they didn't allow it. It would be great. But I can't tell you. The Slaughter case was the big case today. That was really a big case because it gave strength to presidents and strength to the presidency, a very important case. It's been going on for almost 100 years, think of that. And this was the ruling that really topped everything by a lot today.
I mean, you can't win them all, man. You win some, you lose some. I mean, dude, you've been winning a lot. No bullshit, though. I ain't gonna lie to you. And surprisingly enough, I mean, I was surprised that it was even that close. 5-4. I thought it would be 6-3, not in favor of Trump, to be honest with you. Because it's like, foreign, that part right there where it says everybody of jurisdiction, whatever. Yeah, that's gonna be tough to to overturn that shit. So I thought it would be 6-3 at least fucking what was it? No bullshit, dude. I thought it would be 7-2. Not in favor. But I was surprised that it was 5-4. But let's see with my least favorite. Oh, you saying that because she black? Nah, I'm just saying that because this woman don't know what a woman is, man. That's why. She don't know what a woman is, and you want me to, man, but she got degrees, though. She's smart. How smart? Smart enough not to know what a goddamn woman is? Jesus Christ, man.
I was thinking about this, and I think there are various sources that say this, that you obviously have permanent allegiance based on being born in whatever country you're from. That's what everybody recognizes. But you also have local allegiance when you are on the soil of this other sovereign. And I was thinking, I, a US citizen, am visiting Japan. And what it means is,
guess what? I guess I have to. I'm gonna search this up. But if you're born in Japan, let me see. Let's Google this. Let's Google this. I Google. All right. If an American is born in Japan, are they Japanese? Let's see. Let's see what it says here, because this bitch likes to talk a lot of dumb shit. And this is why I have no respect for her. Because she's an idiot. Like, I don't claim to be super smart, but, a simple, quick Google will suffice. So let's stop sharing this, right? Let me go back here. Let me share this. Let me share this. Look at this. Look at what we found here, guys. Look what it says there. What does it say there? It says no. No. It says fucking no. It says no. That's what it says. That's what it says. That's what it says. Like I said earlier, all these other countries won't allow this shit to happen, but for some reason, we're the ones that have to. I may not be the smartest, yo. And Elon Musk uses me and Palomino as guinea pigs every goddamn Wednesday to go up to that space shit all the way up there, tippity top. But I'm fine with it. But what you're not gonna do is sit here and tell me no, because I studied 12 years of school, and to make my point, I'm going to just make up shit. Like, no, man, it don't work that way. And then you want me to respect you in those degrees. And it's like, when you say dumb shit like this, and then you say dumb shit like, I don't know what a woman is. I'm not a doctor. Like, come on, man. And then you like, oh no, you guys are racist. You're just picking on her because she's black. No, I'm not even picking at the Puerto Rican one, because the Puerto Rican one don't say has as much dumb shit as this lady does. Like, let's be honest here. Oh, you racist. Fine then. Fuck it. If that's what you think it is, then shit. I'd rather not be stupid.
is that, if I steal someone's wallet in Japan, the Japanese authorities can arrest me and prosecute me. It's allegiance, meaning can they control you as a matter of law? I can also rely on them if my wallet is stolen to, under Japanese law, go and prosecute the person who has stolen it. So there's this relationship based on, even though I'm a temporary traveler, I'm just on vacation in Japan, I'm still locally owing allegiance.
Oh, she's another one. She's another one, dude. Like, she's another one, bro. All these women are dangerous, bro. Like, not to hate on chicks, because there's some smart women, bro, out there, bro. But, dude, most of these chicks in politics in these blue states, they're nitwit. Seriously, bro. Like, like, dude, we got Beaver Teeth governor in New York, Kathy Hochul, looking like a goddamn beaver, looking like she just chewed through a goddamn dam, looking like Mr. Ed's cousin. Like, come on, man. Like, and then over here we got, man, we got a lady that had a whole scandal, bro, broke up a whole lesbian marriage, and with her secretary, and then marry her secretary while she's in office. And it's like, bro, man, I'm telling you, dog. Like, and I put it in the perspective of, like, if that was a dude, if he was a dude, oh my God, he's such a. Wait, let me put my female voice.
Oh my God, he's such a perv. And he's the one in charge? He needs to go.
But for some reason, it's different with this bitch. Like, come on, man. Like, I'm sick and tired of this shit, dude. Like, it's so annoying, bro. Like, but we can't be realistic. No, you can't say these things. It's like, what you mean? Like, are you blind? Like, come on, man. Like, fuck. Latino did not cook himself. I'm stating facts here. You have properties here in Massachusetts, right? Don't be surprised now if you have to put a gap on your rent. How good is that going to do your pockets? Who does that benefit? Does that benefit you, or does that benefit, the other person? It doesn't benefit you. That's stupidity. When you have a city that has massive traffic all the way from 4, no, what is it? No, not even 4, man. From 2 to 8 at night. Fuck that. 9 at night. From Monday through Sunday, there's traffic here. And then you decide to take lanes away to build a bike lane. That is stupidity. Do you understand? When you decide to put women products for, the time of the month now in females' bathrooms, but not for females, but for dudes with penises that think that they going through something, that's okay. That's stupidity. Should I keep going? Like, this is why I'm about to move out of here, dude. Like, it's just a lot of dumb shit. Like, come on, dude. Mayor Wu talks about racism this, racism that, but then she decided to throw a Christmas party with what? Only black people and indigenous and Hispanics. There were no whites there, but that's not racist. That's stupidity. Cornelius, I don't know, something's wrong with your thing that it's not letting you come up for some reason. Like, let's be honest. Why can't we just be base like we were, bro? Like, everybody live their fucking life, and like, I don't think politics should, like, try to enforce like everyday life, like to the point where like it actually affects everybody, bro. Like, it shouldn't even be that. Shouldn't be that, man. It's just ridiculous. Like, it's nuts, bro. Man, that woman did not give no smart response. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. It's a simple response, bro. It's a simple response. I mean, dude, if I ask my kids what a woman is, I'm pretty sure they'll give me a quick response. And they're kids. It's a simple fucking response. If you see a cup, and just because you don't want to answer it because, it might hurt other people's feelings now, and the cup is red, but for some reason, everybody's saying, your side is saying that it's blue now. Now you're going to say that it's blue? just to make a certain set of people happy now? That's not smart, dude. That's not intelligence. And this is why she's the least favorite out of all these people, bro. And Joe Biden didn't even pick her because of her credentials. He picked her because I don't want to pick the first. I want to be first. I'm going to be the first black woman judge. I want to be the first black woman judge. You'll see. It's like, damn, man. So you said just because she's black, you're gonna pick her. It's like, God damn, bro. Like, can you give a reason, why? Like, because she's a smart black woman, and I'm gonna pick her because she reminds me of chocolate chip ice cream. It's like, come on, man. Like, this is ridiculous, Joe. Like, you gotta give us a reason why. You gotta give us a reason why aside from that. Like, come on, man. Because I want the first one, the first black. Come on, Joe. He said that himself, right? Like, am I crazy now? Didn't he not state that? Man, I know what a woman is, bro. Like, I'm telling you, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, bro, like it's not even a dumb question to ask. I mean, this is the times we're living in, right? So why would it be a dumb question when they pass all these dumb laws and dumb rules, right? Is it not dumb then? I mean, it has to be dumb, right? So the question is important. I got daughters and I don't want to have to deal with this shit. I want them to go to school to learn science, math, English, reading, all that good shit that make kids brilliant and smart. It's just ridiculous. Like, come on, man. It's just nuts. Nuts. Like, fuck me, dude. Like, yeah. Like, just leave the babies alone, man. Like, not the babies, bro. Not the babies. Not the babies, man. Not the babies. Come on, man. Not the babies, man. Lord have mercy, not the babies, bro. Like, if you're a full-grown adult and this is what you want to do, fine, man. And another full-grown adult want to do this shit with you, fine. I don't have a problem with that. But leave the babies alone.
Thank you so much for victory today. And Lord, again, we just pray for these women who have been harmed by nefarious rules and by the NCAA and by people that didn't recognize their rights to privacy and their.
I mean, Jesus Christ. If there were women, aside from the what is the sports bill that they have that what is the Prop 9 or some shit like that? That thing that they have that defends women in sports and stuff. If they already have that, then what would be the point of creating a whole bunch of set of new rules and laws to protect women that claim to be women? Like, how does that work? Like that in itself is just stupid right there. Like, because then there wouldn't be no need because they already have a certain, you know what I mean?
And the importance of women's sports.
It's amazing.
So God, we pray that this is a turning point in our nation, that we put this insidious ideology aside. We stop with the mind virus for little children, and we move forward using science and recognizing the unique dignity of women. We thank you, God.
Thank you, Nate.
For this victory.
Thank you, Nate.
Amen.
Thank you, Nate. I'm not a doctor. You ain't got to be a doctor to ask that question. If I ask you, listen, if we go outside and it starts dripping rain, right? It starts dripping rain. You see that dude, you see it's cloudy, a little windy. It's raining. You see your car, you're about to get in and you see that it's wet. You see the goddamn windshield. You see droplets. right? You get in the car and I ask you, how's the weather like? Is it wet? And you go, nah, it's not wet. It's dry. At some point, I got to look at you like some type of retard. Like, we got to be honest with ourselves, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, respectfully, it's just crazy, bro. If it's blue, we can't say that it's red. If it's up, we can't say that it's down. And there's a reasoning for the question because of the times that we live in. It's the same thing with this whole birth citizenship thing. It's the times that we live in. Like it's not. Oh man, I don't understand, bro. Like I really don't know how to define. I'm not a doctor. You're a woman. You could have just said I'm a woman. You could have listened. It could look. I could have helped you. I could have helped you when they asked you that question. What is a woman, right? She could have stand up and said. Sat down and said, "Well,
I am a woman. I am a hardworking, college-educated. I am a wife, a mother. I know what it is to be a woman."
You see how easy that was? You see how easy that was? Instead of doing this whole turning around situation, which I know the reason why she did it is because she doesn't want to seem to be bad to that side. Do you understand? Come on, man. Like, it's a cat and mouse game, dude. It's a little, playing a little with the cat and the mouse, playing, with the paws with the mouse, lets it go, traps it, lets it go, that's all it is. It's a simple question. It's like, are you a woman? Yes. What's a woman? A woman that can have kids and some women that can't, because of whatever, but it's X, Y, XX or whatever. Bam, that's it. But she couldn't answer that question, dude. She couldn't answer it. Simple question, dude. It's not complicated. If I go, listen, is water wet? Yeah, but water could also be solid. But I said water. Water's wet. We can't sit here and say that water ain't wet. Birds are meant to fly. Fishes are meant to swim. I mean, we could be called peasants, man, but at the end of the day, I don't represent that shit, dude. Like, I'm not trying to find no beef or anything. This is how I really feel about Ketanji Brown. She's a moron. She's a moron, dude. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, Ketanji Brown is a moron. Nah, for real, man. She like, dude, if you can't tell what a man and a woman is, bro, we got a problem in life, bro. Like, it should be simple for a person to really pinpoint what these people are, bro. If a woman is a woman, a man is a man. Like, what's so hard about that? Water's wet. I just don't get it, dude. I really don't. I seem to not understand that, bro. Like, she could like, look how simple I just answered that question. I was like, bro, you could have just said, yo, a woman is, me. I'm a woman. I'm a good representation of a woman. I'm educated. I'm this, I'm that. I have kids. I have a husband. You get what I'm saying? That wouldn't have been a good representation. And right then she goes like, I don't know what else you want me to answer after that. And boom, nipped it in the butt. But she ain't do that. But let's move on, man. Let's move on, dude. Let's talk about one of my favorite running backs of all time, dude. Unfortunately, he's going through it right now, man. And this shit really brought me into tears, yesterday, dude, when I first saw this. And not this particular video, but what I'm about to show you guys after. And yeah, man, Chris Johnson, dude, man. Shout out to him and his family. Dude.
I went for 2K. It's only 8 that ever did it. It's only one guy that ever went for 2,500. Man, 25?
Yeah.
In a season?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Me.
Ooh.
It's only one. I remember when I was doing my pro day, and there was a scout from Cincinnati. He was telling me, he like, man, you're not gonna make it in this league long if you don't change your image. You need to cut your hair, you need to take your gloves out your mouth, you need to do this, you need to do that. And I'm like, man, I'm gonna go up my way.
Chop up, hop in the car, I got my alibi. Leave my seat back in case they shooting while I'm.
Yeah, man, Chris Johnson, dude. Shit is hard, dude. Like that shit really fucking hit me yesterday, bro. Because you gotta understand, I used to watch this motherfucker play on Sundays, man, just to see his ass run, bro. Like no bullshit. I mean, no homo. Pause. The motherfucker was a beast. He was an animal, bro. Nobody, yo, when he was on that open field, bro, like nobody could catch up to this man. And then, yo, and he had that swag because he had the dreads with the grills, like before, like the grills was like popping like in every video and all that shit. He had the grill in while he playing. That was his mouth guard. Like I was like, yo, this motherfucker crazy.
Our GMA cover story, my exclusive interview with former NFL star Chris Johnson. The three-time Pro Bowler had more than 11,000 yards, 11,000 total offensive yards in his career.
You know what? We're stupid, and that's it. It is what it is. Like, it is what it is, Nate. We're dumb.
And still holds the record for the most yards from scrimmage.
At least
in
I know
season.
I'm dumb,
But
but I know what a woman and a man is.
Off the field.
Teach you this shit in like
Chris
what,
Johnson,
middle school,
one of the
elementary?
fastest running backs in NFL history, shattered records throughout his career. 80-yard run. So fast, he earned the nickname CJ2K.
Chris Johnson is going to have a Titans touchdown.
He retired in 2017 and has been out of the spotlight. But today, he is sharing something deeply personal. You've chosen to share some personal news today, and it takes a tremendous amount of courage to share it.
Like who, Shenard? Like who, Shenard? Because you don't agree with anybody. So like who, Shenard? Elaborate.
People to know.
First, I want people to know that I'm still me. ALS has changed what my body can do, but it hasn't changed who I am.
In 2025, at the age of 39,
Like
Johnson
seriously,
was
this is what I'm saying. At
diagnosed
this
with
point, it doesn't
ALS.
matter what you're talking
The
about.
disease progressed.
You have tapped, danced so much that at this point you're tapped out. You would think, but nah, just keeps tapping away. So who are you talking about now?
Progressing so rapidly that he now uses his eyes to trigger a speech-generating device to speak.
Nobody's being mean to Ponder, bro. I never said anything mean to Ponder, bro. Like, whoever's in the chat saying whatever to Ponder, that's between them, not me. I'm not saying anything mean to Ponder, but I am standing on business, bro. I think that Ketanji Brown is not really, bright. That's just my opinion. I'm entitled to it. Some people may think the same thing about me, and they're entitled to it. It's not going to change the way I feel or the way I think, bro, at all. She's entitled, and Ponder's also entitled to her opinion to feel whatever she feels the way she does about us. That's her prerogative. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like a woman that gone through college for 12, 16 years studying law don't fucking know what a fucking woman is, bro. Like, it's just insulting to my intelligence.
Now,
because if sharing my story helps even one person get diagnosed sooner, inspires more research, or gives another family hope, then
Yo, this
it's
is him
worth it.
now, bro.
Johnson.
This is him now, bro. Like, this is fucking crazy, bro. Damn, man.
Says he was in the prime of his life, working out daily and running errands with his 4 children until ALS changed everything. Let's go back to last year. When did you notice that something was off?
I first noticed weakness in my right hand. At first, there was little things like my grip didn't feel right, and I wasn't as strong as I've always been.
His wife, Brittany, thought it was something much simpler. Brittany, what did you think it was at the time?
I thought because of football and, his career that it had to be something with that, maybe the pinch.
Damn, man. Shout out to this woman still standing by this man. Seriously, most of these women, Once the man gets sick or whatever it is, they get up and leave, bro. I'm just keeping it 100 with you. I've seen it with my own goddamn fucking eyes, bro. It's usually the dude that always sticks around with, like, I'm not saying that's all the time, but usually I've always seen the dude stick around the chick. From my own eyes, I'm talking about my perspective in my own world, in my life. I'm not talking about no videos. I ain't talking about none of that shit.
Nerve or something along those lines, but never ALS.
And what did doctors tell you initially about your condition?
We hoped it was something else, but after thorough testing, they finally came down with a diagnosis of ALS.
Yeah, that's literally what I'm talking about, bro. Like, yo, give me a second, bro.
That might extend life by a few months. Then they told us to get our affairs in order. It was hard hearing that, but after watching Good Morning America and seeing Dr. Merritt with Eric Dane, we reached out to her. She was willing to think more creatively, offering experimental treatments that might help and advance research.
Dr. Merritt Sikovich is a neurologist and leading ALS researcher at Mass General Brigham Neuroscience Institute.
Chris has been on standard of care, which is about 3 different medications that slow down the illness, but he was also part of a clinical trial, a therapy that decreases inflammation, and I think that helped him a lot.
With no family history of ALS, doctors believe his is a case of sporadic ALS, the most common form of the disease, affecting about 90% of patients, occurring randomly in people with no known family history of ALS.
That's one of the reasons this disease can be so shocking. It can happen to someone who never expected it.
And for me, it's shocking. It's hard to process it for me because I know you, Chris, from just
Man, it's hard for Chris to process it, motherfucker.
Incredible athlete that you are. How do you process it?
Honestly, I don't know if you ever
they will leave quick,
first
bro.
You're in shock, then you realize you have.
Yo, this shit hurts, man. Like, I'm telling you, bro. Yo, when I saw this shit yesterday, bro, like, I cried a little bit, man. Like, a couple tears came down my eyes, man, because, bro, man, this dude was a beast. He was an animal on that field, man. Seriously. When he was in Tennessee, man, oh, dude, bro, he used to do this, like, left little juke thing, boom, and just bolt, bro. He'll be gone. Man, I wish I could show these highlights, but we can't because YouTube. You know how YouTube rock. Party poopers and shit. Yeah, man, but LaVar Ball, man, that lady had a stroke, and he stood by her side, Yeti. He stood by her side, Yeti. Uh-huh. As soon as this man, diabetes hit his ass so hard that he had to lose his leg now, she said peace. And then she found herself a young thing with an extra leg, 3-legged. Pause. She told him, I still love you, but I want to do different things. And he said to her, what you mean by different things? You know what that means when they say that shit in a relationship. It's like, come on, man. They just try to smooth it out by saying, I want to do different things. And he said, you know what? Fine, do your thing. Do your thing. Because respectfully, looking at that woman, bro, she looked like a dude. She did him a favor. Oh, yeah. She did him a favor. She looked like a dude. The bitch had a stroke. He stood by her side. Oh, yeah. But once he lost that leg, she's like, I can't be with a dude that do the sticky leg now. Can't be with a man that do the sticky leg now. That's what she said. She didn't say it that way, but you get the point. She said, all these years of you supporting me, putting my boys through the NBA, making them to come out to be the man that I mean, they're not all that great kids, to be honest. It's just professional athletes, but still, there's success there, right? You can say that's success, right? And this is how I get treated. I lose a limb, and now I'm out. No pun intended. No pun intended. I lose a limb, and now I'm out. Like, come on, what kind of shit is this, man? Like, it's some fuckery. Man, they'll leave your ass quick. I got stories, bro. I got stories, bro. They'll leave your ass quick. Oh, you don't understand how quick they leave your ass. They leave your ass so quick. You get sick, bro. Yo, look, this is a story, right? This one is not a true story. This is just a story I saw on the internet. The guy, he's just explaining his story. So the guy has been having like some stomach pain, and he's like been telling his wife, he's like, "Damn, man, my stomach, and it's been like 2-3 days like this or whatever." His wife is like, "Yeah, it's probably gas or whatever. Just walk it off. Stop being a bitch." Her words. The guy, he's like, "Fuck it. Maybe she's right. Maybe it's gas or something." He's about to get ready to run. Boom, he collapses on the floor, starts sweating and shit. His stomach is in pain. And she's like, "Man, stop being such a baby." Blah, 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 blah. The guy took himself to the hospital, bro. He took himself to the hospital. And he had a ruptured spleen or some shit like that. And the doctor said, "Hey, if you didn't, if you decided not to come over here or whatever, right? After his wife has been telling him, it's like, get over it or whatever for the past fucking 3 days." What's sad about the story is that the guy, he's good and everything. He heads back home. And you think that this woman apologized or even acknowledged any of this shit? No, and that's what hurt him the most. Unbelievable. But I guarantee you, if it was the other way around, she would want to be coddled. She would want to be whatever. She would, man, fuck that, man. Mm. Yo, you can tell this dude is fucking soft as hell. Look at this dude's face. He's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe he's talking to her that way." Yeah, get a spoon. You don't know what a spoon is? Like, why? Like, if I tell my wife, "Give me a spoon," she's gonna get a spoon. I don't have to tell her 300-400 times. This bitch probably don't know what a spoon is. And she Hispanic too. A Spanish lady, man. Yeah. Fast, rápido. Oh, you can't see anything? Oh, come on. Get out. Nah. All right. I'm gonna have to fucking find this shit again. Damn. Oh, for real? What the fuck? I thought it popped it up. Yo, what's going on with this shit? Uh, yeah, man, that sucks, dude, for LeVar, bro. Right? It goes down to what I said, man. It's only your turn. It's only your turn, bro. Yeah. Well, you can't say that. You man, stop playing with me. You never know what day they're gonna wake up and think all crazy and shit. You just don't know, bro. Menopause is a thing. These bitches is like I'm telling you, ain't wired and shit. Like all of a sudden, just like, oh, like, yeah, man, it should be wild, bro. All of a sudden, one day, oh my god, I feel this way, and that's it. And you gone, man. Shit. Look at the Kardashians. Look how many souls they sucked away. The fucking succubuses, man. I'm telling you, dude. The Kardashians, bro. Every person that they went out with, bro. Look at Kanye. He's all scrambled in his head, all fucked up. Look at who else? Chris Humphries. You don't even hear about that dude no more. Who else? Ray J. He scrambled up. He crazy as hell. All right, look. Can you see it now? Let me see if we can see it now. Can you see it now? Now we can see it, right?
This is for Neon right here. Did you give her the girl hers?
He's good now,
I
right?
told you to put that over there for her. Amar, did you give him a spoon to eat over here and a fork? I told you to
Yeah, that's his new chick. He got a new Spanish mamacita.
get this stuff over here. I said give him a spoon and a thing. A spoon. Amar, you didn't put him a napkin and give him a piece of cornbread over there? Okay. Help me out now. Moving slow. Just take one, but you got to give them a napkin first, Amor, so they can put. It's a napkin right here. Amor, do what I tell you, and we good. Do what I tell you, we good.
Oh my God.
Goddamn, napkin. There you go. It takes so long to get a napkin. This is all you do, fast. I'm fast on that. She gave you a fork, man. You're supposed to have a spoon. Let me get you a spoon. Can you get him a spoon? She don't only want to eat chili with a fork. You got a spoon, big fella, or fork? She give you a fork?
I'm gonna tell you.
Give me 2 spoons, please. No. Huh? Yeah, go ahead and use that. You eat it with a spoon, man. Nobody eat no damn chili with no fork.
Tell my wife to get a spoon.
Yeah, she the only one.
Crazy.
Sometimes. There you go.
Yo, it's so crazy because this Spanish lady should know better, bro. She should have been got that shit for him, ready and set in stone. That's why she ain't complaining, because she knows she wrong. The other day, I was like, damn, we talking to her like that. But then I was like, I realized, I'm like, nah, she should know better. She Hispanic, bro. Like, we don't move that way. She should have been got the spoons, been got everything situated, and sat his ass down. Just saying respectfully, because that's how that's just how it be.
Yes. Who don't have more spoons?
Thank you so much.
I got 10,000 spoons in there.
Yeah, them BBLs, bro. That shit is disgusting. That shit smell like corrosion. Like, I don't know. That's just a lot of women with yeah, man. Self fucking hate, bro. It's like all these women that do all this Botox, all this bullshit. And it's a lot of them, dude. Like, they hate themselves, bro. Like, they wish they could be prettier. They wish they could be this. They wish they could be that. And it just shows you the mindset of not all women, but most women are just nuts, bro. It's like, damn, you bitch, you're not even happy. This bitch probably got small tits. She wants big tits. This bitch got no ass. She want a big ass. And the bitch that got a big ass wants a small ass. The bitch that's a brunette want to be a blonde. The bitch that has brown eyes wants green eyes. The ones that has green eyes wants hazel eyes. And it just goes down the list, man. They're never fucking satisfied, dude. It's just disgusting, dude. It's like be happy with yourself, bro. And then y'all want to tell us, like, oh, you men gotta open up. Like, yeah, like at least we can open up, but we're not changing ourselves, bro. Like, you need to talk to somebody. If you gotta be doing that type of shit, fuck, man. Like, what? It's disgusting. Just love yourself. Respectfully, love yourself, man. As a woman, man, you don't need to be doing this shit. Trust me, there's a lot of simps out there, that will appreciate you. But the problem is that y'all don't want those simps. Y'all want, the creme of la crop, the creme of la creme. And them creme of la creme motherfuckers don't want you. Oof. Oof. They don't want you. Mm-mm. Oh yeah. That was another one too. Destiny. They had a whole situation. He actually brought this bitch and made her a citizen, I guess, here in this country by marrying her, right? So he did her a favor, I guess. And they had this whole open relationship, fucking weird thing going on, and I don't know. All of a sudden, she ended up leaving him for a gay dude, bro. And it's like, I don't know what weird situation they had. I don't care if the guy's gay or not, but like, it's just crazy that she left him for the most feminine one. You know what I mean? Because compared to that dude, Destiny is masculine, but he's really not. You get what I'm saying? So it's just like it was a weird situation with that girl. But I just guess that she probably had all this shit in the works. She just probably wanted to leave him and probably use that guy as an excuse. Lawrence, good question. What is my biggest fear? To lose my family, bro. Lose my family, bro. That's my biggest fear. My biggest fear is to lose my family, my daughters, something like that. I don't ever want to go through that in the sense of like, losing a life type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Because if let's say me and my wife are not together in the future, shit happens or whatever. As long as I get to see my kids, I'm all right. But to lose one of them, nah, that's my biggest fear, dude. I've always asked God, me first. Me first. Damn right. Yeah, me first, man. Fuck that. I don't want to see my wife go. I don't want to see my kids go. I want to see me go first, bro. Like that's what it comes down to. Yeah, man. Let me see if I can find that other the one where the ball is trying to tell this kid. Let me see, ball. Let me see. Where's the one that he's trying to explain to this dude? Fucking A, man. Like, what's up with this? Yeah, he spelled his name right. Like, what? Come on, man. All right. Which video is it? Is it this one? No, it's okay. This is the one right here. Right here, dude. Check this out. Hey, what up, man? Welcome to the show.
Oh, you referring to me, sir?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you for taking my call here. Now, I'd like to acquaint you with the basic fact of American immigration law.
Go
It's
ahead,
really
sir.
quite startling. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but even during the most intense periods of the conflict with the Aboriginal people, which we call Indians frequently, I mean, the most intense wars and the most savage conduct on both sides, no one on either side ever argued that Indians were not legally born within the states of the United States and the territories of the United States. No one ever made that argument in any meaningful way, even as they were displacing them from their lands. Nobody said, oh, these Indians are not legally here. Despite that, despite the universal recognition that Indians were legally born in the United States, they did not become citizens of the United States if they were subject to tribal jurisdiction on the reservation. I'm not speaking about Indians who are not on tribal reservations under tribal jurisdictions and were like any other citizen living in the state. I'm talking about those that were on the reservation. They did not become citizens of the United States until the Indian and Naturalization Act of 1924. Think about that for a minute. We didn't give it to Indians. And now they want to give the right, they want to give the right to self-confer on their children to decide, hey, I want to give my child U.S. citizenship. I know what I'll do. I'll sneak across the border illegally and drop a baby. And voila, I got me an anchor baby that I hope will anchor me to the country, even though I myself am still subject to being deported. And get this. This means now that literally you can they got what 500 birth tourism studios in China. You better believe, watch how many more you're going to see in the next year or so. I predict to you the numbers will quadruple. You're going to see Chinese coming over here. Yeah, you're going to see Chinese coming over here, pregnant, dropping babies.
Oh, man.
Look, man, let me tell you something. No one in the world has a right to enter the United States unless you're an American citizen. Even if you got a green card or if you're a lawful resident, you can be refused re-entry for cause. So the only people that have a right to come in the United States are citizens of the United States. They need to make every woman coming in the United States take a pregnancy test. If they're not U.S. citizens.
Thank you.
And they can do it by legislation. They can do it by legislation.
They can, right?
Yes.
Okay,
they won't.
I thought it would be like a
they won't, but they could.
To do. You know, because we're talking about human rights now, violations. They're going to assume.
There's no right to enter the country unless you're a citizen. There really is. I mean, immigration law is literally what Congress decides it will be. I think the only thing they're not allowed to do is to do it on an exclusively racial basis. Beyond that, there is nothing that if Congress decides, because if you read Article 1, Section 8, it vests all immigration policy in the Congress of the United States. It's up to them to make the decision. So it depends on what kind of Congress we got, basically.
Yeah, we got a week.
But I'm gonna tell you, man, we what we need to do is just make a constitutional amendment, making it absolutely clear, as if the 14th Amendment, by saying "and subject to the jurisdiction thereof" wasn't enough, or the congressional debates on the matter, where the authors of the amendment said it would not apply to foreigners or aliens. They explicitly said that in the debates. I guess Amy Coney Barrett can't read or something. You know, Roberts can't read.
I think their argument was that if they change this, then which other amendments are up, for debate or for taking, basically. And that's why they made that choice, because it's like, damn, and what next? The second, the first, you know what I mean?
Well, if you're going to look, this court is acting like not a constitutional court, but an institutionalist court, meaning that they're concerned about what they look like. I don't know. I don't know who they're trying to impress. Well, we got to have a balancing act. Can't give this side too much and this side too much. I don't care which side gets what. I care whether or not the rulings are constitutionally coherent and originalist with the intention of whoever wrote the amendment or article or whatever to the Constitution intended for it to be until it is amended. I don't care who gets the balance. I don't care if the leftist gets the balance or the rights gets the balance. I want it to be constitutional. This court apparently is worried about giving too much to one side or the other. This is crazy.
Yeah, it is.
I'll tell you, this is a combination of the two worst Supreme Court decisions in the history of the United States. Dred Scott and Roe versus Wade. It's a combination of both. Because remember, in Roe versus Wade, Dred Scott, Justice Taney said that a black man had no rights that a white was bound to respect. Well, that wasn't true, because even then, in 1857, some states in the Union would allow a black person to be a citizen of the state. And at that time, before the 14th Amendment, if you were the citizen of a state, accepted by a state as a citizen, you were then a citizen of the United States.
Yep.
Whereas the 14th Amendment simply reversed that order. Being born in a state legally meant that you were a citizen of that state and a citizen of the United States. So they just reversed what was true in 1857. But what Justice Taney wasn't true. I mean, the state of Illinois would allow a black person to be a citizen of the state of Illinois. So what he said wasn't true. Now, if that wasn't true, he might have had a constitutional point, but it wasn't true. And in Roe versus Wade, we know why that was a bunch of hooey. They just hallucinated that completely out of thin air. Dred Scott, as bad as it was, had more constitutional fidelity than Roe versus Wade did. But now what do we got? We got people who literally ignored Wong Kim Ark, which was the previous judicial ruling on the matter. Wong Kim Ark said that the reason that Wong Kim Ark was a citizen of the United States under the 14th Amendment was because his parents were legally resident and legally domiciled in California. Key word here, being legal. They just ignored that. The court's own precedent. I don't even think they referred to Wong Kim Ark. I got to look at it again to see if they did.
It's amazing, dude. Like these Russian baby businesses, Chinese baby businesses, bro. Everybody does this shit, bro. It's like, come on, man. Like, at what point, like, do we draw the line, bro? Because this is why I thought that the judges, might have, even though I know it wasn't gonna pass, whatever. But I thought that the judges, at least, the conservative ones, would have seen it, the way we're seeing it, where it's like, enough is enough, man. These people just come here, have kids, and leave, and or some just stay, and they try to find a way around the system, bro, and I'm sick of it.
They literally found a way about the Supreme Court's, a way around the Supreme Court's own precedents, plain text of the 14th Amendment, and all of the debates on the 14th Amendment. They just literally reasoned, or lack of reason, their way around all of that and decided to impose their personal preferences, except, of course, for Alito, Gorsuch, Thomas, and Kavanaugh. Except for those four, the others just decided to reason a way around everything that came before. This is, they literally said the Constitution is a suicide pact. This can destroy the constitutional republic if we don't keep the borders closed. And you know, when Democrats get in there, if they ever get back in power, if they ever manage to cheat their way back into power like they did in 2020, they're going to open the borders wide. In fact, they're going to send invitations all around the world. Tell 9 billion people, come on in. Let them all in. Isn't that what Joe Biden said? Let them all in.
Let them all in. Then they're going to have a whole bunch of babies. And they don't have one or two.
And the republic will be over. The constitutional republic will be dead. Will be the United States in name only.
Yep. Damn,
this is nuts.
Yeah, it is fucking retarded, dude. This is retarded, dude. I woke up today. I was like, ooh, damn, did we win the whole birthright thing? And then started reading, and I was like, oh, man.
Now we know what the three retarded leftist women are going to do.
Oh, of course.
Moron, Ketanji Brown Jackson. But the other two ain't much better. At least Elena Kagan can sound unconstitutionally coherent. The wise Latina Sotomayor, you never know what she's going to say.
Yeah, you never know what she's going to say.
It makes sense. It doesn't make sense. Ketanji, you know it's going to be idiotic.
Idiotic. Thank you. Because, dude, thank you. Because I thought I was crazy. Because I'm like, dude, earlier, like, I don't know if you were watching, but I said that if a woman can't answer what a fucking woman is, being a woman and a mother that is married and has 2 children and don't know what a woman is, god damn it, dude, like, you got to question her intelligence. like, am I wrong?
No, I think, well, she is intellectually deficient. There's no doubt. I'm putting it charitably now. But, you know, I think she's a fanatical ideologue as much as anything else. She's just fanatically, ideologically driven.
Yeah,
reason and linear thinking are not her bailiwick.
She believes Looney Tunes shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can't be in that world. I'm in the real world. This ain't cartoon world.
Yeah, you know, remember what you said a little while ago about what if somebody steals your wallet in Japan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's her miraculous.
But look what she just said about Japan just now with the statement that she made. She's like, because if an American citizen is born in Japan, and then we had to Google it, and it says, no, if you're born in Japan as an American, you're not a Japanese citizen or Japanese. Like, bro. And it's like, where is she getting this information from?
Well, look. Now, I was stationed in Germany, you know, back during the Cold War. You know, I was stationed in Germany in a tank on a
Thank you for your service, man.
Opposite the Czech border. You know, I don't know if you know what the Fulda Gap is. That's on the Czech border, where they expected the Warsaw Pact to invade West Germany. That's where they thought World War III was going to start. And we're constantly on the alert. And we spent more time in the field than we spent in barracks. I mean, imagine being in the turret of an M60A1 tank, freezing to death, because they didn't have no heaters worth a damn. You'd be freezing up in there. It'd be 20 below zero, be out in the turret, wait for the Soviets to invade us. But anyway, we were told that there was a thing called the Status of Forces Agreement. Now, the Status of Forces Agreement is a treaty wherein, you know, the United States negotiates terms of its troops being on foreign soil. What is expected of the United States, what is expected of the host country, and what is expected is the conduct of our troops while they're on essentially guests on a foreign state. Mm-hmm. Now, a lot of people believe that a military base is U.S. soil. It's not.
That's crazy. I thought too. Bases. I thought that too. So please elaborate and
don't feel like a lone stranger. Lots of folks believe that. We lease those. It's like you're a tenant and you're renting an apartment from a landlord. That's literally what it's like. Now, just think for a minute. If U.S. bases were American soil, okay? If U.S. bases were American soil, then most of the workers on those bases are foreign nationals. Like in the case of Germany, most of them are German. Most of the people working on U.S. bases are hired to work there, and they're German citizens. A pregnant woman who drops a baby because of an emergency, goes in emergency labor, drops a baby on a U.S. base. If it was American soil, that baby would be a U.S. citizen. But it could be if the German citizen was married to a U.S. soldier, then the baby would be a citizen under the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1953, because that act says that any child born to any American citizen anywhere in the world is an American citizen at birth. But here's the catch. This is the catch. If we didn't have a status of forces agreement with the German government that says, hey, if one of our citizens or one of our soldiers has a baby on your soil, then if we register the birth of that child with the American consulate and the consulate reports it to the German government, then Germany will not claim my child as an American citizen. See how that works? Because otherwise, that child, absent that status of forces agreement, that child is not only a U.S. citizen, but a German citizen too.
Yep, dual citizen.
So, I mean, citizenship law is serious. Every country takes it seriously, apparently, but the United States. We got to catch this catch can.
Yeah, but I'm glad that you just said that, dude. I stated this shit at the beginning of my stream. It's like every other country enforces it. Why is it that we are the exception? Like, I don't fucking understand, and I don't get it, and it pisses me off. It annoys me. Dude, my parents came here as legal residents, bro. Legal, right? Not illegal, legal. They worked their way up. I was happened to be born in American territory of Puerto Rico. That's how I became a citizen. But all my parents are citizen, both of them. I'm a citizen. I just don't like people cutting the line. I don't like people doing it the wrong way. I don't like people taking advantage of the system, because the way I see it is my family and I and my sisters and brothers were given the opportunity to live the American life because we were granted that. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Like everybody else, well, we couldn't do it your way. Well, I'm sorry, then you're not meant to be here, dude. It just is what it is.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I served in Vietnam, and some of the gutsiest guys I served with in Vietnam, and I mean it, the gutsiest. There were a lot of good. I had a lot of good brothers I served with who were very. I mean, I would not be alive today if it were not for some things they did for me. But if I was going to rank any particular ethnic group who were the gutsiest of them all, who volunteered to walk point, who would run toward danger for anybody else, it was the Latino guys, Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans. They had this macho thing, man. They felt they had to live up to, and they did for the most part. You know, and all of them were, you know, when before they got in the army, they had jobs, they worked hard. Very few of them were on welfare or anything else. Hey, those are the kind of people I want to come in the country.
Bro,
I'd like to see them coming in all the time. Exactly what we need. People like Rafael Peralta, who was a Mexican who got a green card. And the first thing he did when he got his green card was join the United States Marine Corps. And he went house to house fighting in Fallujah. And he threw himself on a hand grenade to protect his buddies. After he was badly hit and shot up, a hand grenade came room. He crawled over it and cradled it on his body, and he sacrificed his life for his buddies. We got all kind of stories like that of immigrants, but usually they're all legal. The illegal ones are overwhelmingly on welfare of one sort or the other. I mean, you look at Somalis, you look at most of the Latin,
you're giving them incentives to break federal
welfare
law.
Recipients. Snap.
You know, you're giving them incentives to break federal law. It's just fucking crazy, dude.
It's crazy. Every country has bad apples. That goes for us in Mexico and Honduras and Venezuela and Guatemala and Somalia, and every country's got bad apples. And when you open up the borders with no constraints, you are likely to get some of the worst. It's just crazy. And like I said, the remedy for this is one of two. Well, three, actually. First of all, we've got to get rid of these progressive Democrat governance in these states. The ones who establish sanctuary states and cities, the ones who won't cooperate with ICE, the ones who will be unlikely to ratify a proposed constitutional amendment to make clear what the 14th Amendment already made clear. You know, so that's one remedy. Two, the amendatory process itself. But that's another high hurdle, because as the Congress exists now, it would probably pass the House, but you got to get 2/3. You have to get 2/3 majority in both houses, and in the Senate, 68 senators is just unlikely. Or three, you got to have an Article 5 constitutional convention. So it's a high hurdle either way, and it's got to start with the people getting rid of a lot of these politicians that are standing in the way of it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of, like, look at New York. That's a great example, bro. We got Mondani as a fucking mayor, dude. Like,
don't remind me.
That's the people, dude, that fucking put his ass there, dude. Like, God. You know what I mean? That's what it comes down to right there. Look what Nate said. If you can see the screen, that's what we need, bro. That's what we need.
We need to repeal the 16th, 17th, and 19th Amendments of the Constitution. I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
Like we have to, dude. Like,
I wouldn't start.
Never
I
going to
would
be any
start with the
change.
19th. I go back to 16th to 17th too. 16th gave us the income tax, and the 17th gave us the universal general election of senators rather than being appointed by state legislatures as it was before the 17th Amendment.
Like,
so that means the states don't have a direct representative in Congress like the framers intended them to have.
What you mean?
The 17th Amendment allowed for universal election of senators, United States senators, just like members of the House of Representatives. Before the 17th Amendment was passed in the early 20th century, the way you got U.S. senators was the state legislatures elected them. But the 17th Amendment changed all that. So we need to repeal the 16th, 17th, and 19th Amendments. Hell, I'm a retiree. As far as I'm concerned, if you want to repeal my right to vote, fine. Go back to what the framers originally intended. Hey, repeal my right to vote and make it only people who are directly contributing to the economy and or its security or whatever. Hey, I'll happily give up my right to vote.
Same here, dude. I've said this many times, bro. Damn, man, like, not for nothing, I don't know you about what? This is a great conversation. What, man? Like, what, dude? I said the same thing. I'm willing to give up my fucking rights too. I don't care.
Yeah, if they want to change it back to the original vision of allowing the states to decide to only give people who had a visible means of support, a skill in the trade, something that showed they were directly contributing to the public commonwealth, members of the armed forces, the elected officials or whatever, something solid. Didn't mean you had to own property, you had to own real estate. It didn't mean that necessarily, even though that was part of it. You know, just something to show you were a contributing member of society.
And I agree. I couldn't agree anymore. Like, what?
I'd be all in for that.
Same here,
but
dude.
you know, like what we got here now, though, is we
this is Looney Tunes.
Elected officials, they literally they appeal to the lowest common denominator. I mean, in everything.
And this is what I said. I said it's like, dude, but who really makes this country go? It's the people that are really working at the top and the middle, not the bottom. And that's not to say that we should ignore the bottom. Why is it that the bottom is being coddled? Like, they should get their ass up and try to make it to the middle.
Think about this for a minute. We have literally been exposed to Supreme Court decisions that came about because Democrats in Florida said their voters were too stupid to figure out a butterfly ballot. Remember?
Yeah.
Remember that? I'm not making this up.
Yeah.
They literally went to court and said our voters are too damn stupid to figure out a butterfly ballot, and I leave hanging chads all over the place.
California.
That's how bad it's gotten with our voting electorate.
Oh, California's a crazy. Let me see if I can pull that shit up with California. California is crazy, dude. Like, what? The way they have it structured, dude. Bro. Like, it's not even you choosing a voter. They basically electing somebody. You get what I'm saying? Like, they have it so structured that's the way it seems. It's so crazy.
New York, look, let's face it. 40% of people living in New York City are foreign born, and they're not the kind of immigrants we used to get in this country that actually were overall a net benefit to the United States. There are people there who come here strictly for the bennies, and they're told that we in the United States are supposed to be grateful they came here. We're supposed to be grateful they came here, and commensurately, they get all the bennies. They're entitled to every welfare benefit they can benefit. The Democrats can dream up to give to them. They're not like the immigrants we used to have in the past who are grateful for the opportunity to get in and say,
Bro.
I'm going to work and take advantage of opportunities I would never have in the country I just left.
Yep. And not complain about it, because wherever they were, it was way worse than where they at right now. But now we have the minorities that come here in a year or two. They're already protesting and shit. And it's like, bitch, why you even come here?
That's grounds for deportation, by the way. Did you know that? That is grounds for deportation.
That is the ground for deportation.
Yeah, if you protest in a political manner and you're here on, say, a tourist visa or a student visa or any non-permanent visa, then you can be deported.
I mean, they would do that shit to you in China, wouldn't they?
Well, they put you in the dungeon first. You know,
I know, but you get the point I'm making.
They put you in the dungeon for a little while and then deport you.
But check this out. Check what this guy has to say.
Don't know if there's a socio-political way that you can assess those statistics and assume that these are individuals casting their individual vote for who they think should be mayor of LA. And Nick, if you'll just pull up the map, which I think is worth taking a look at, basically the concentration of incremental votes that Nithya Raman got came around the Skid Row area in Los Angeles. And look, I'm not an election denier. I'm not someone who's historically believed the idea that elections are fraud and people have stolen votes. But when you look at the basic statistics of what happened in person, mail-in before, mail-in after election day, it becomes a real statistical quagmire on how did this sort of a socio-political shift happen in such a way that it did. Now, there was a report published, Nick, if you could pull this up, by the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on House Administration. This was published in May of 2020. And they highlighted the 2018 California midterm elections and the challenges they saw arise in that midterm elections because of some of the legislative changes that were made. First, California Assembly Bill 1921 legalized the practice of unlimited ballot harvesting in the state. This was passed around 2018, around the midterms. What that means is that any individual in the state of California has the right to go and collect ballots from any other individuals, regardless of relationship, fill them out, and send them in. California, 2 years later, 18 months later, also passed a law that made it permanent that every person registered in the state of California would get a ballot. So tens of millions of ballots then get mailed out. Then there was another series of laws that were passed that said anyone can register to vote. You don't need to prove your citizenship. You can use a gym membership card as an example. So anyone can register to vote. There is no proof of ID when you get a ballot. There is no demonstration that the person who fills out the ballot has anything to do with the individual who's supposed to be voting that ballot. And it is legal for an individual to go out and collect hundreds or thousands of ballots, ship them in, and they will all qualify in these kind of mail-in ballot voting processes. So there's nothing illegal or fraudulent going on. In fact, the system is operating exactly as intended. It has been set up and structured in a way that with the right construct, you can get an individual appointed, not elected, but appointed to a particular role in government under a, quote, free election in California. This is a foundational destruction of our rights to vote for people in a free democracy. I feel it's been eroded slowly over time to such an extent now, and I'm not some crazy MAGA motherfucker or whatever people want to classify me as for pointing this out, but you can go down this list. They are all written out in this document, every one of these laws that were passed in California over time that in aggregate create the environment and the construction for elections to become appointments and no longer free democratic elections, where the principle, very importantly, the principle should be one individual, one vote. And if you opt to not vote, your vote should not be counted. So I think that there's no fraud. I don't think there's anything illegal.
Sounds like you believe there's massive fraud.
Shit.
Yeah,
I think this is not fraud. This is the way the laws are set up.
It's not fraud because of the way it's structured. Like, that's what I'm saying. But it is fraud, though, because they structured it so well that whoever they get to choose in that ballot, you see how they had that Indian girl. She came from 4th place all the way to 2nd to move Chris Pratt out the way because he couldn't have been a threat. But if the elections were fair, who's to say that Chris Pratt would be, you know, the candidate for the Republican side while, you know, they go into the last round against, you know, one Democrat candidate, but that's not the way it's structured in LA.
But here's the thing, though. Look, they have legalized what would be fraud in almost every other jurisdiction in the United States. So technically speaking, most of it is illegal. But let me tell you, two things are not. It's legal to ballot harvest in the state of California. It is not legal to forge somebody's signature on a ballot. Even in California, that's illegal. It's not illegal. It's not legal to forge a signature on the outside of the envelope. It's that you send the ballot back in. That's not legal. It's not legal to purchase votes with anything of value. That's illegal at the state and federal level. So the key is finding these people who are doing the illegal things, and you're just going to accept all the other things that should be illegal, that used to be illegal, that have now been legalized as election fraud. It's really, California is the worst state in the union for this.
Bro, they're the worst. I think they're so, I couldn't live in California.
But remember, though, it is still illegal to pay for a vote. It is still illegal to forge signatures. So if we catch them doing that, we can lock them up. But it's going to be hard because the state of California has legalized election fraud. They've literally legalized it. You can't hold them to account for what should be illegal.
Shit, like this. Check this out. This is disgusting. Like this. Like, I don't understand why the police is not locking people up for this shit.
That's easy.
Are now paying the homeless to forge names, forge addresses, and forge signatures of registered voters.
So do you want to sign? Okay. The first name.
I'm Joseph Albright. Okay.
The first name.
Joseph Albright. What are you using? Teresa.
No, I'm gonna give you your address right.
Oh, okay.
Directions.
Okay, yeah. Quickly becoming a widespread scheme that can be found on almost every street corner in downtown Los Angeles.
Now that is illegal, even in California.
You think?
That is illegal.
I don't mean to laugh, but it's just like, it's a joke at this point. And then people say, no, elections are fair. To what extent? Because, like, I'm gonna tell you how they do it in DR, right? In DR, they give you a ballot, right? You stamp your finger on this like black ink thing type of thing, right? And then you stamp your fingerprint. You show your ID. They match it. They put it in the ballot, and then at the end of the night, they count them all by hand. And then they'll give you who won by that night.
Oh, yeah. You know what?
That's the way it should be.
I was reading about the election of 1865 and 1860. Now remember, the only electronic communication they had back then was telegraph. That was it. They knew who the president of the United States was by midnight of election day. By midnight, they knew who was the president. They didn't have 3 weeks to figure it out.
Fascinating, isn't it?
It's amazing, isn't it? The only thing
ain't no Bush versus Al Gore.
Pony Express. They had mail being carried around in wagons, horse wagons and carts, and they had the telegraph. That was it. That was it. That was it. And they knew who the president of the United States was the midnight of the next day after the election.
And it's crazy because usually the last state to count was Pennsylvania. Correct me if I was wrong, but that was usually the last one back then, and it was like that for a while. And then now California.
We have regressed since 1865. Ain't that a bitch?
And Philly was the last one, but they still, managed to get it in on time, though. Like now it's Philadelphia, California, sometimes even Florida. Now Florida is not a thing anymore because DeSantis fixed that situation. But,
oh man, he did. He's best governor in the United States, I think.
Yeah, I think between him and Marco Rubio or what's his name, JD Vance.
Not bad either. Abbott's not bad either.
I would pick I would have to go with Florida governor first, and then Marco Rubio number 2, and JD Vance number 3 for the next president.
Well, you know what? I really like Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio has matured immensely. He's tremendously intelligent. I really like him. Here's the problem with Marco Rubio.
Wait. Before you say it, let me guess.
He's not a natural born citizen in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5.
Oh, he's not?
Nope. His parents were not citizens when he was born. They were here in the country legally because they were here under the Cuban.
But
I forget that.
but they would
when you
say-
set one foot on the United States and you're from Cuba, then you're legally resident. But they weren't citizens when he was born. Neither of them. He is a legal citizen. He's a citizen of the United States under the 14th Amendment, but he's not a natural born citizen. If he was, I'd be 100% in support of it.
Yeah, now that you put that in perspective, that's why I said number 2. I think Ron DeSantis for me.
Now, the same thing was true for Kamala
I thought you was
Harris.
gonna say. I thought you was gonna say.
But wait a minute now. The same was true for Kamala Harris. They let her take the oath of office. She wasn't a natural born citizen either. She was born in Oakland to both parents when she was born were here on student visas. She's really an illegal alien, and nobody even discussed it because their visas expired.
I think the way it should
I
be
believe
is
their visas had expired when she was born.
at least your parents should be at least two or three generations citizenship before you get to vote. I mean, before you get to be president or some shit like that.
Yeah, now don't get me wrong. Rubio is an American citizen under the 14th Amendment. But if you're a 14th Amendment citizen, by definition, that means, wait a minute, by definition, if you're an American, if you're a 14th Amendment citizen, that means you can't be a natural born citizen because a natural born citizen needs no statute to be a natural born citizen. You can only be one thing because you're born in the country with ties to no other country. You can't be anything but a citizen of the United States. I mean, when Rubio's parents were still Cuban citizens. They hadn't naturalized yet. They were legally resident, but they were still Cuban citizens, which meant that at birth, Marco Rubio was a Cuban citizen as well as a United States citizen.
Yeah, look at Yeti's comment. Rubio has African American slave ancestry. He's American.
Well, again, remember we're talking here about Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5. That provision of the Constitution which specifies both the president and the vice president.
He's just being a smart ass.
I know he's just kidding, but I'm just saying. I want to remind people who think that's true. The 14th, I mean, the natural born citizen clause says you got to be a natural born citizen to be eligible to be president or vice president. That's what it says. It's the only thing that applies to. It applies to nothing else in the Constitution. A 14th Amendment citizen, a naturalized citizen, has exactly the same rights and privileges as every other citizen in every respect. To be a member of the House, be a senator, be a governor, be a mayor, be a chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, everything. No difference, except to be president or vice president. That's it.
Let me ask you something. Now that TPS is going to be, overturn, uplift, however you want to phrase it or term it. How about all those people that have been here for 5, 6, 10 years on TPS status, right, and have had children here, right? What happens next to those kids now? Because, based off the ruling today, those kids are citizens.
Well, look, I would say that since TPS is a legal, means that you're in the country legally. If you're granted TPS, at that point, you're in the country legally. Once you grant temporary protected status, that is a legal condition. Your children being born, even though you're not legally resident, I can see a case for saying they're 14th Amendment citizens. Assuming that is true, then the parents have two options. My children are coming with me wherever I go as long as they're minors. They're going to come with me. If I get deported, they're coming with me. Or that parent can arrange to leave their children with guardians or relatives legally in the United States. Take the choice. Sorry, that's it. Those are your two options.
Thank you.
But like I said, my children are coming with me wherever I go. They're going to share my faith, and I'm going to protect them as their father.
Same.
I'm not going to use them as an anchor. I'm responsible for them.
I'm right. And my kids. It's just crazy. I've seen fucking videos of these women that just, pass their kids along like that. I'm like, I could never. I could fucking
see
never.
what a fraud this is. That any parent who's willing to give up their child standing, absent say a reason for like medical care. Say the child needs medical care that can only have in the United States. Okay, I can understand that. I'm talking about everything else being equal. Normal children who are perfectly capable of travel, who are capable of traveling with you. You're capable of caring for them wherever you go in the world. You take them with you. If you use them as an anchor, that shows you just how much you care for them.
Using them as a crutch.
That's it. Literally an anchor.
Disgusting.
These kids gonna anchor me to the United States.
Disgusting behavior, bro. It's oh man. I don't like it, dude. I'm telling you, man. Like, I've seen videos and I'm just like, my wife, I even show this shit to my wife, to see, how she feels about it. And she's like, God damn, I could never do that. And I'm like, yeah, I know, man. It's amazing. And it's like, she's like, no matter how much the struggle, no matter what we're going through, bro, like, it's just not something that I could do, bro. And I'm like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. I'm really amazed to hear people make the argument that you can't break up the families. Hey, no one is breaking up the families but the parents themselves. Their desire to break up, I guarantee you, deportation authorities are not going to separate involuntarily, separate the child from the parents. They're going to say, you want to take your child with you? We'll have a seat on the plane for him too. And when they become adults, just an American citizens, you have to grant an American citizen entry into the United States whenever they try to get back in. At any time. Well, when they're adults, they can come back on their own.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, good idea. I think I'll do that.
Well, so first of all, there you see that throwback from Janet Napolitano, who said there's an earthquake in Haiti, which, by the way, is total BS that we have TPS for earthquakes. But put that aside. There's an earthquake in Haiti, so she's announcing TPS for a few months while they're recovering from an earthquake. That was in 2010, 15 years ago. Then the Biden administration, in its last year, extends TPS to every single illegal alien from Haiti while they are flying them en masse into Springfield, Ohio, across the Midwest. It was a formal policy of replacing the communities that lived in, settled, and sustained these communities for generations. It was one of the most heinous things this government has ever done. And yes, under President Trump, let me be very clear. The illegal alien Haitians are going back to Haiti. They can build their country there.
Stephen Miller is so right when he says that this is one of the most heinous things the government has ever done, importing this many Haitians into Springfield, Ohio in particular. Let's just take a look at all the stuff that they actually did in Ohio. So this woman right here, her friend is in pest control and walked into an illegal Haitian apartment that had dead dog skins hanging inside the apartment. The illegal Haitian migrants walk around the parks with machetes. She personally knows people that were kicked out of their homes for the Haitians that were giving housing vouchers. Go down again. We have this guy who is sitting here. The Haitians have taken over. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're taking our geese from the parks. This guy is in Springfield, Ohio. Here's Springfield, Ohio. They're kicking Americans out of their homes and giving them to the illegal migrants. Another woman from Springfield, Ohio. Haitians are cutting up what appears to be dog in their backyards. This is a woman who's speaking at their council meeting. Let's go down here. The Haitians are getting into so many car accidents that all the Americans are having their car insurance rates risen. American citizens are being evicted from their homes so that the illegal Haitians can get access to those homes.
Yeah, man. I don't know about the whole dog thing. They're probably cutting goats and shit. But but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
I love listening to Stephen Miller talk about anything because he cuts the Gordian knot and gets right to the chase.
Yeah. He's direct. He's direct. He's direct.
He's 100% right, man. He goes right to the subject and says, "Yeah, this
right
is the way
from the
it
jugular.
is. This is the way it's been. This is how corrupt it was, and this is why." I just love it when they listen to the guy talk.
Yeah, Stephen
No filler, no fluff. Just get to the point.
His
and
wife
cut
is
like a
hot too.
saber.
His wife is hot too. Yeah.
Yep, cut like a saber. And by the way, and back to that, a natural born citizen thing, eligibility for vice president, president. As much as I hate to say this too, because I like both of these gentlemen, I think they'd be fine candidates for president of the United States, especially Eric. But I mean Donald Trump Jr. rather. Trump's citizens are not natural. His children are not natural born citizens because he was married to a Czech national. She was still a Czech national when she gave birth to Donald and Eric. So they are 14th Amendment citizens. They're not natural born.
This is crazy.
I mean, Ivanka Trump was a Czech national when they were born. They transmitted onto their children. I looked up Czech law, Czechoslovakian citizenship law. So Czech citizenship laws like our law. Our law says, like under the Immigration and Naturalization Act, that if you are a United States citizen, if your child is born anywhere in the world,
it's the same thing with the DR Haiti Constitution.
U.S. citizen.
That's the same
thing with Czech law. Czech law says if you're a Czech citizen, any child you have anywhere in the world is a Czech citizen. Now, we can't negate their citizenship laws any more than they can negate ours. So it's true. Donald and Eric are not natural born citizens either. I think Barron is, because Melania was a U.S. citizen when Barron was born.
How about Ivanka?
I'm not sure about her. I haven't looked into her.
And Nate asks if you have a channel.
Well, not here. I occasionally appear on a show on Talk Show. That's another venue. It's called the Donnie C Show. Comes on Talk Show on Saturdays. Anybody's free to come in and participate, just like I'm doing on your show. You come there, or you come on
show.
NWCR on Talk Show too, and they come on. He comes on about 7:30 Eastern time on that venue. And you can join that conversation on that channel whenever you like. All you gotta do is go to Politics Live, browse Politics Live. You can see Donnie C Show in NWCR. And all you got to do is just click, and you'll be coming in the studio just like you're doing here.
Are you familiar with the Carmelo Anthony case?
Oh, indubitably.
What's your well, first I got a couple questions, to be honest. But first, what's your take on the case? So the case overall.
Well, there's two ways to look at it. There's a legal way to look at just looking at what the Texas laws and self-defense are, and under what circumstance is using deadly force or response to a perceived attack or assault. Then there's a cultural sociological way of looking at it. I'll deal with the legal part first. Yeah, that's the big thing. Man, that's the legal right there. So let's just deal with the legal aspect first, because that's the easiest to dispose of. Under self-defense law of Texas, and Texas got liberal self-defense. You can even use deadly force as a citizen in protection of your neighbor's property.
Yeah.
But when it comes to self-defense, using deadly force is not an allowable response under the objectively reasonable person's standpoint to a touching or a light shove. There is no way you can legally justify it when you're being tried as an adult, as he was, because the standard is the same. Whether you're 17 or 70, the standard's the same. And under the objectively reasonable person's standard, deadly force in response to a simple touching or a shove is illegal and invalidates a self-defense claim. So he was rightfully convicted of murder. Now let's look at the social, cultural aspects of it, and that's even more important to my way of thinking. What we see in the Carmelo Anthony case is a situation where this thing called critical race theory is being applied in law. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with critical race theory as a legal convention. It's being taught in a lot of colleges around the country, mainly progressive liberal colleges. And what critical race theory says is that the United States is so irredeemably racist, bigoted, and white supremacist that black people cannot be treated fairly under the existing constitutional laws of the United States. They need a separate legal system that judges them and takes into account the past history of the United States. So in other words, black people need an apartheid legal and constitutional system. What we are looking at in the Carmelo Anthony case is the crystallization of that mindset. There were black people going crazy, hysterical, batshit nuts, saying that in the ghetto, if you touch somebody, you're likely to get killed, and we ought to accept that. And that literally is what's happening to thousands of black people in the United States every year. That attitude is killing black people in the black community.
Facts.
A lot of black people think if you disrespect me or if you touch me the wrong way, I got a right to kill you. It ain't just white men people who do it. They do it to other black people. But I tell you, I heard a college professor I think her name was Pamela Patton. She's a true overeducated imbecile. She got up there and said in a formal paper, you can look her up. Her treatise is on the web. She said that Austin Metcalf's parents should have educated him to understand that about young black men. That they might kill you if you disrespect them. So you can see as tragic as this thing was, because this Austin Metcalf seemed like a great kid destined for great things. It's a damn shame he's dead. But I tell you what, there's been a value in it. We are now seeing the dark underbelly of what 60 years of fanatical racial identity indoctrination has done to the black community in many places. It may even be a majority opinion, if not people willing to act on it. But they might say, yeah, that makes sense. If you do that, the black man disrespect him, yeah, you got a right to stab you. Even though they might not do it themselves. But if you look at it as an opinion as to whether or not you should get off on a self-defense claim, oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. And we got to deal with that too. We got to start calling out, saying this is unacceptable in a civilized society.
I agree. If they want to be part of a civilized society, because it kind of seems like they want to do their own thing. That's what I've been taking, because it's like it's crazy to know that somebody did wrong and still there's a whole bunch of people defending this behavior. At that point, bro, I'm looking at this shit from like, God damn, like, what are we not, like, are we less than? You know what I mean?
Man, look, I'm going to tell you something. See, I'm a retired Illinois State policeman. Okay? I work mainly in Cook County in Chicago. I am telling you, I saw this attitude all too often. I saw it in the form of dead bodies everywhere in a 23-year career. So I'm just telling you, I know it's real. It's been real for a long time. It's getting worse. The demographic of young black men between the ages of 17 and 35 have got homicide rates that are beyond freaking belief. We're talking something like 204 per 100,000. 204 per 100,000 for the age group 15 to 24. Now, if you want to look at white males of that age, it's something like 5.8. And get this is what's really astonishing. Now, we all know that the most murderous group of people in any country, in any ethnic group or racial group is men. Men are by far the most aggressive, the most violent, and the most murderous. That's a given. We understand that about men's nature. They are prone to it more than women are. But let me tell you something about black women in the United States. Black women in the United States of that age group have a higher homicide rate than white men. Something like 16.3 per every 100,000. 60, that's more than double the rate of young white men of that age. We have a staggering homicide problem in the black community. And we better start telling the truth about it. And the one thing I think this Carmelo Metcalf incident will expose is that reality and the need to address it forthrightly and honestly to save lives. If you're talking there, Latino Z, I can't hear you because you got your mute.
Oh, it's like I said, like if that's the case, then the conversation must be at home. Oh, baby boy, if they touch you, you got the right to stab them up.
Now I want you to think about this.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, look, I want you to think about this for a minute, though. These boys, for the most part, don't have black male role models to tell them that you can't do this. My father told me this. I'm a black man. My father told me this. Growing up, he told me, look, when I was growing up, when you had a dispute with somebody, here's what you'd say to them. But can you box? And we throw hands. You know, you get up with the goo and you get your boys up there to make sure nobody would try to jump you on the side. One group be on one side, be on the other. And you start throwing hands. And the best man will win. Because, I mean, that was the challenge. Can you box? Now, if the guy would decline your challenge, okay, you let it go. People think he's a punk. But most of the time it was accepted. And it'd be a duel, bloody noses, broken noses, busted lips, tooth knocked out. But nobody got rarely killed. It's rare anybody got killed. Now they hold out a Glock and they start opening up you with a Glock switch. You get disrespected. But when I was growing up, man, see, I come from an era where 80% of black boys, 80% of the black boys had fathers in their houses. And they were, for the most part, they were pretty good men. They were manly, they worked hard, and they passed on life lessons to their sons. Say, look, boy, you go out there and act. I got told my father, look, boy, you go out there like a damn fool, you're going to get yourself crushed. So don't go out there acting like no damn fool. Hey, I took those words to heart.
Facts. And Nate Wade made a valid point last week. He said, you know, when you have dogs and you bringing them up and you want to breed them, you can't breed the dogs too young because, you know, the puppies start coming out crazy and shit. You got to let the dog kind of mature at a perfect age. And then that's when you breed them, right? And it got me thinking, I'm like, yo, and he's like, yeah, well, before you guys tell me your thoughts and stuff. And then he started, you know, going into it. And he's like, you know, maybe this is why there's a certain problem in a certain community because these motherfuckers are having kids at a young age. Yeah. Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't think that's a biological component. I think that's simply a component of immaturity. They're children themselves trying to raise children. So I think that has more to do with it than the fact that it's a genetic reality. Now, as far as dogs concerned, I'm not enough of a breeder to know, but I suspect the gentleman may have been referring to pit bulls. Maybe that's true with pit bulls.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I don't know.
That's what it was.
I mean, I'll leave it to him since he's the dog breeding expert. I'm not really a dog, but I'll tell you one thing. I've had a whole bunch of dogs, and I've been pretty good at training and raising my dogs. And I noticed that when I get them as puppies, if you get the dog as puppies, and you train the dog in what behavior you will allow and what you will not allow, and give them plenty of affection, love, and reward, then you're going to get a dog behaves exactly the way you want to behave. That's been my experience with every single dog I've ever had, and I've had 8 of them in my lifetime. The only bad thing about dogs is if you get 15 years out of a dog, you'd have had a log dog for a long time. They usually don't last more than 10 or 12. That's the only bad thing about dogs.
Yeah, that's the only thing. They don't last long.
They're just the best. I mean, I wish people were as consistently, reliably good as dogs are. I just love dogs.
You see what he says right there.
Hey, well, I don't know about being full retard. They might be wild beasts. They might turn out to be wild beasts with no impulse control. Oh boy. Hey man, one thing is hard to make. Look, you gotta remember one thing about certain animals. I mean, a dog is not only tame, but it's domesticated. There's a difference between taming a wild animal and domesticating one. It takes generations to domesticate an animal. I mean, like wolves actually domesticated themselves by hanging around our campfires. And it took thousands of years to get, what we got now. Thousands. To get a domesticated animal like a cat or a dog or a cow but a wild animal is always going to remain a wild animal even if you tame it. And you never know when those wild instincts are going to burst forth. So,
Nate's comment, he's like, yeah, you're right.
I'm just saying, man, I think when it comes to human beings, nurture is infinitely more important than nature, even though both play a role.
That shit's hilarious.
I think nurture is infinitely more important than nature, but you can't ignore either. Human nature is human nature, and we respond to positive and negative, impulses and considerations pretty much the same across all people. Hell, don't dogs? I mean, hey, what's a better way to train a dog than to use positive reinforcement? I mean, yeah, you got to use a little bit of stick too, stern words and all that. But they respond best when they're thinking they're pleasing you. When a dog thinks they're pleasing you, man, there's nothing you can't make them do. They just are eager to please you. And children are pretty much the same way too, especially if they love their parents because their parents treat them well. But when you got one woman in the house and she's trying to raise a boy who's now all of a sudden testosterone starting to flow through his veins, he's starting to put on a little muscle, he's getting a little rebellious. That's why you need a man to put him in his place and keep him straight. It's at that point you need fathers.
Like, boy, you better not talk to my woman this way. What's wrong with you?
Oh,
that's your mother.
Oh, that's your mama. You don't. Oh, please. My daddy. Oh, I don't want to think what happened if I ever disrespected my mother in his presence. Ever.
You crazy? Like my
and I
daughters,
didn't do it either.
I got daughters, but when they joke around and the mom gets serious, I'm like, I just look. And that's it.
If my mother didn't take care of me first, my father damn sure would.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and my father was a combat veteran of World War II. He served in the all-Negro 92nd Infantry Division. He had a Purple Heart, a Bronze Star, and a combat infantry badge. And he was a pretty tough boy. He excised everything. He was an early proponent of this Charles Atlas system with this barbell thing. And boy, you should have seen it. He looked like a Mr. America contender back in the mid-1950s. And I did not want to run afoul of my father. Believe me.
Damn.
But
How old are
again,
you,
most of my kids, but you got to remember, most of my kids I played with, their fathers were in the house. We didn't think it was anything unusual. Almost the only reason, and the ones that didn't have a father is because either the father had died or the parents had gotten a divorce. Most of them are always a product of a two-person marriage. I mean, I look back on it now, I just think how absolutely incredible it was that we've gone from that to this.
Somebody said that the reason why this is happening is because we got into the point of having the need of having the children because children was like a safety net. It's like, having a child there while the man was working to protect the house or, but now we're not kind of living those struggles anymore. And this is why we're in this situation.
Well, the diminution of respect for religion has a lot to do with it. Because look, I know people ridicule religion all the time. kind of secular myself, but I don't want to set aside the importance of the institution and the moral teachings that it provides. I think they are universal and transcendent. And when you set them aside, you better replace them with something of equal value. And we have not yet figured out what that is. It isn't libertarianism. That's not working. So religion has a lot to do with the lack of it. I mean, the church used to be very big in the black community, very big. I mean, children used to regularly attend church on Sundays, and they get lecture in moral behavior. Now, you might say some of the preachers were corrupt and all that. Okay, but most of the people didn't know about it. They would hear the lessons in church, and they'd say, well, okay, these are good life lessons. And parents go back and try to reinforce those lessons with their children. Now, what do we get now? We're told that it's up to you to figure it out as an individual. Really? Really? What if my code of conduct tells me that I'm free to knock you over the head and take your wallet?
Yeah,
I mean, that's
seriously.
my code of behavior.
Not only that, I mean, doesn't that open
I
up?
can't feel that way? Who are you to tell me I can't feel that way?
I mean, but doesn't that open up the argument for the kids that get bullied and they want to shoot up a school or something? Like,
Yeah, their code of conduct says they can do that. No, you got to have universal, transcendently objectively true values. A civilization cannot survive without some common understanding of what is universally and transcendently true. If there isn't, that's when the collapse begins. And I'm going to tell you something. Every single person I arrested for a serious offense. Talking about
you
rape,
was a police
robbery.
officer as well?
I was a state policeman in Illinois.
Oh, nice.
And every single offender I arrested for a serious violent crime, whether it was murder, rape, robbery, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, any number of serious category A crimes, or category X crimes, did not have a father in the house. Every single one. That is the ones I asked about. Because I was starting to I would see the stuff so often. I just started asking, what did you know about your father? If they decided to answer the question, if they felt like answering, not all of them did, most of them did. They said, I didn't know my daddy. My daddy beat me all the time. He didn't pay me no attention. Or he wasn't in the house. All of them said it. So I think it is meaningful.
No, it is.
I absolutely believe it.
It matters. I mean, dude, I think there was a time in my life I used to call my dad and I'm like, dude, all this shit they used to tell me, I used to get mad and annoyed and be on my ass and all this. But I hand it down. I think I was 24. I was I understand the neck. And I know I gave you a hard time growing up, but it's like, no. It's like I'm grateful that you turned out to be great, because he's like, quite frankly, the way you were moving, I thought you would have been in prison or dead. Yeah, man. I changed my life, man, because it's like this is not the way to go, dude. This shit is just it's annoying.
But look, man,
you're being a nuisance to everybody, and it's like it's not good.
But look, I think it's pretty clear that I'm speaking generalities here, so please forgive me if I don't account for every individual case, because of course we know there are variants between people and everything does not turn out the same for every single person. We understand the variables that are involved. But generally speaking, children need their mothers when they're younger. As they start to get older, they tend to need their fathers more. They need both of them at all times. But in certain things are more important for the child when they're younger, and other things are more important for minors when they're older. And each parent fulfills that respective part of the equation better than the other as a general rule.
Are you retired?
I damn sure am. And I'm so glad to be. Come in. I'm ready to be a cop. Hey, I think if I was a cop in today's environment, I'd be in trouble.
Oh God. Yeah, for
Oh,
sure.
I'd might have been indicted and thrown in jail for stuff that
Oh
was
God.
routine police procedure once upon a time.
Oh God. I was gonna ask you what was like the most craziest thing you had to deal with.
Oh, I got that for you. This is a funny story, and it's also pretty instructive. Okay, now when I was working in Chicago, I was working on in conjunction with a big University of Illinois campus on the near west side. Okay, it's really big. The University of Illinois, there's a lot of state facilities around there. It's a big area. It stretches from the Dan Ryan Expressway all the way out to Western, East and West.
Is that where the library is?
Huh?
Is that where the Obama Library is?
No, that's north of there. But it's very big. It's an area of about 20, 30 square miles. There's a lot of state property there, and I was assigned around there. And we used to have in our squad cars city radio broadcast. So number one, we know what they were doing, and we didn't want to run afoul of anything that was going on without having a heads up first. So we had a city frequency in our squad so we could monitor what was going on in the 12th district. That's what I was working in, the 12th district. And we would monitor their calls, and then if they needed help, we could go assist them, right? So anyway, we were monitoring a flash message that said some dudes in Greektown, which is had just carjacked the car. And they gave the description of the car. It was a blue Honda Civic. Gave the year. I can't remember the year. I said, okay, so we just filed away and listened. I said, okay, it was just interesting. It's not that far from us, but we're not likely to run across it. Well, about 3 minutes later, we hear cars honking. They're honking, blowing their horns, and all this stuff. And they're driving around this car that's going slowly on the street. It's bucking and backing back and forth. It's bucking. It's coming to a stop. And the guy's trying to start it again and moving it. And we said, hey, isn't that the car they put out in the flash message just a couple minutes ago? And my partner said, yeah. So we did a felony stop on him, got everybody out the car, put them on the ground. They had 2 guns with them. The city TAC officers met up there with the victim. They identified him as being the perpetrators of the robbery, and they took him under arrest. But get this. The car had a 5-speed manual transmission. And the ringleader of the bunch had said he always wanted to drive a car with a stick, but he didn't know how to do it. Now, he had one of his Confederates. This is even worse. One of his Confederates was a guy who was an 18-wheel licensed truck driver.
Oh.
And he wouldn't let him drive the car.
Oh.
Now, I'm going to tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. Get this now. We wouldn't catch we would not catch so many of these dummies if they weren't so stupid. I got to admit.
Bro, that's why I'm laughing.
For me, that was one of the most memorable things. In my experience.
Yeah, I got to play this clip again. I'm sorry.
Man, did you hear what I was saying? The ringleader, instead of letting his buddy drive the damn car,
and then how to drive an 18-wheeler,
he can teach him after they're in a safe place.
You know what I mean? He can teach you.
I'm not going to let you drive it or know how to drive it, and I'm going to do it myself.
This is amazing. This is Chicago.
That was the funniest thing I ever had when I was caught, man. And another thing too, it made every single vehicle I bought from then on was a manual transmission car.
Yeah, because they wasn't going to take it.
It's an anti-theft device.
Oh, God. You want to know why I'm laughing? Because that's the same reason why I got a manual.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
I said most of these people, because I looked at the statistic, I said only 25 or 23% of Americans know how to drive manual. And I'm like, wait a minute, damn. So I'm in that percentage of the people that do. So that means that it will be kind of difficult for people that want to steal a car that's manual. They're going to overlook it because it's like, it's stick.
Yeah,
you know
nobody wants it.
So yeah.
I got a 2010 Hummer H3. 2010 Hummer H. It was the last H3 line, and I drive it to this day. I'm a mechanic. I know how to keep it running. It runs perfectly. and it's got a 5-speed manual transmission stuck up in there. And I ain't worried about it getting stolen. That could be, but I doubt it.
There's no purpose. It's
Yeah.
like the same thing. Like if they would have made those Hellcats, right?
Yeah.
Stick. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't think they would steal them.
Well, you know, there's
Like
other
that, they're
advantages
automatic.
too. I mean, you know, maintenance costs are cheaper. And as a rule, if you drive it properly, more than likely to get a bit better gas mileage. So, you know, there's a couple advantages to it. I mean, you're kind of busy in crowded traffic, but beyond that, you know, it keeps you awake. You can't go to sleep in crowded traffic driving a manual. I mean, you got to keep at least waking up, know when it's time to change gears. Well, I think that many black, I see the comment you got on the screen from Tony Red, and I do think many black fathers try to make some sort of headway with their children, and that is a good thing. I'm speaking of the ones that get involved in the criminal justice system. Those are the ones with little input from their fathers.
Remind you, this is a state police trooper, okay?
Yeah.
And he's seen it with his own eyes and his own experience. So he's only speaking from his experience.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm only speaking of ones in the criminal. And remember, I spoke to hundreds of other cops over my career. Hundreds, you know, from all kinds of jurisdictions, local, state, federal even. We were on federal task forces. And they all pretty much say the same thing. The ones who are involved in the criminal justice system, especially with serious crimes, are generally speaking fatherless for all practical purposes. And we got to admit, most black people, even young black people, don't get involved seriously with the criminal justice system. I believe Richard Snelling, who was Chicago police superintendent, and he's in a position to know, he said that most of the violent crime in the city of Chicago, a city of over 3 million people, is committed by a little bit over 2,000 recidivist criminals. 2,000 out of a population of over 3 million. So clearly, even though most of the violent crime in Chicago is being perpetrated by black offenders, that number isn't really that high. So I think we need to keep it all in perspective and look at the problem honestly, with honest analysis. And if we honestly
What's
analyze,
up, Tony Red?
Good evening, sirs. Good evening, sirs. How y'all doing?
Good evening. Good evening.
I'm doing fine. How you doing, sir?
Oh, I can't complain. I wasn't disagreeing with you. I'm looking at the comment section, and me and this man was having a conversation. I was just stating the facts that 70% of black men are active in the children's lives. I'm a '90s baby, so when I was growing up, you know, it was only like 40% of the black men, you know, on paper that would say that they were in their children's lives. And my generation, you know, I grew up with children who didn't have children. We used to didn't have dads. And we used to sit around at the lunch table and we used to talk about how we wouldn't do this to our children and stuff like that. And for the most part, we don't. Like my generation, I'm a '90s baby, early '90s. We shame our friends for not taking care of their kids. We call them dead, but we tell them that they need to get themselves together. And the evidence shows, like I said, we went from 42% to 70%. And there was a guy in the comment section that was like, basically saying that he didn't really believe that was true, and then he was saying, basically, what do they do? And I was naming off the minimum, like because you know how it is when you look up this stuff, it tells you the minimum. It'll tell you the minimum. The minimum is at least, I think they said, at least seeing their children twice a month and at least talking to them on the phone once a week. Now, me myself personally, I'm a day one dad. I had all my kids. Me myself personally, of course, I spend way more time and resources on my children than the bare minimum. But to the guy comment, what I was saying was I would rather take a guy doing the bare minimum than a guy not taking care of his family at all. Because we went through generations of we went through generations of them not doing nothing at all. So if we can at least get a father that's and not saying that this is what I want family to be strong, but if we got a half-ass daddy, I'd rather him be half-ass than no ass. And excuse my language, but and we still gonna critique that man too. We want the best for our people. And I feel like it's an old trope that people could have said in the 80s and in the 90s and in the early 2000s. But in 2026, you can't keep saying that black people don't take care of their kids, and can't keep saying that we are criminals. It's only 1% of us that's in prison. Only 1%. The
I make
rest
that
of
point all
us
the time.
still out here trying to make it.
Yeah, I make that point all the time, like I just did. Like I said, 2,000 serious offenders in all of Chicago that do most of the violent crime that has everybody looking over their shoulders tonight. That's not anywhere near close to most of the black people in the city of Chicago.
Yes,
So
sir.
we
Yes,
got to
sir.
tell the truth. But look, bless you for what you think. I certainly hope what you say is increasing. But I do think this, though, even though black fathers' involvement with the children may be sufficient to keep them out of the criminal justice system, I think when it comes to education, I think a father's input is also vital because you got two parents, which literally doubles the likelihood that you're going to get that kid to buckle down and get educated. And I think that is even more important than the criminal aspect part of it. When that child comes home with homework, you and that mother can see to it they're doing it and that they're learning their lessons.
Yes. I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I'm from the South, so I do believe education is a very important. But for my young men that's around me, like you can catch a kid sometime and you could tell they just like my nephew. He finna go for the Air Force. He doing tech work. And he always been like that. Since he been a little kid, he been going to the side reading books. So for him, yes, I was telling him to go to college. But for a lot of young black men that I see running around here that don't know what they want to do, I tell them to go get a trade. I
Yeah.
just signed up for CDLs today.
There you
I'm
go.
finna start my classes. So I tell the young men know what they gonna do yet. And I just tell them, hey, you might not want to get in that financial debt and going to school. Why don't you just go to trade school? And then if you still want to go back, then you can always do that, and you'll always have you a steady income of work. So I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
Oh, I believe a college education today for most people, and especially considering the kind of course load they're taking, is absolutely valueless. In fact, it's counterproductive. They'd be infinitely better off taking a trade. Now,
Yes,
that doesn't
sir.
mean I am not saying college education is worthless. For some endeavors and for certain fields, it is absolutely essential. Medicine, engineering, architecture, chemistry. Oh, you got to have a college education to be at the top of your field. But for most people, they'd be better off, less saddled with debt, going into a trade rather than some stupid liberal arts degree that they can't even find a job with.
Yes, sir. I agree wholeheartedly. And to me, like I understand that we got problems in my community and everything like that, and I understand social media. It seemed like a lucrative conversation for everybody, but in reality, the Black Americans, we are definitely doing we got work to do. We not perfect, and we never said that either. We know we got more work to do, but the problem on these social media influencers, most of the time they act like we're not doing it. These people act like they got to talk bad about the black community, like we don't talk bad about the black community ourselves. Like we don't shun our own family members for not doing what they supposed to do. So it's just more that it's everybody focusing on the 5% of the bad problems in our community and completely ignoring the 85% that's actually doing and making things happen. And it's not you. I'm not talking to you about this, but just these internet, it just be so disingenuous to talk about the baby mama culture and all this and that. Some instances I can understand it, but in more cases, a lot of black men don't marry women, but they was common married. They live with them, but they don't marry them. And I understand that need to change as well, but with these statistics, people look at it and say, well, 60% of black women are single moms and nobody's taking care of them kids. But that's not true. She might be a single mom on paper because she's not married, but it's somebody taking care of them. I'm telling you, majority of black children have a father or a stepfather that's in their lives.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something, brother. I married a black woman. I married a black woman who had to talk me into marrying her. Believe me, it was
Congratulations,
the
sir.
best thing that ever happened to me in my life. I love my late wife. She died in 2012.
I'm sorry to hear about that, sir.
I am too, but she was the best thing I have ever had in my life. We had 4 wonderful children, and believe me, I loved her like I've loved nothing else in my existence. And I'm telling you, if you find the right woman, you will be ecstatic for the most part. Yeah, you're going to have rough spots. Yeah, you're going to fight and argue. But believe me, marriage is the best single village, in my opinion, vehicle for raising a child and being happy with your significant other. The other half of you that complements you and makes you a complete human being, just as I did with her. That's what she would tell me. She said, you give me your masculine energy. I think I give you your feminine energy, and together we are one. And it's true. I tell you, man,
I respect
find
that.
the right woman and get married. Hell, I used to run around. I wasn't interested in no woman because there's too many out there. I'm going to die before I can get to them all. But I'm telling you, the best thing I ever did was listen to this wonderful woman I married and take her advice and take her to my heart. And I have not looked back since, even if I lost her. Every day I think about her fondly.
Yes, sir, man. Like I say, my condolences to that, but congratulations to you finding that. And you know, I do encourage that as well. You know, we just trying to do the best we can, man. Then the truth be told, is more. I'm coming from a different standpoint because I did make mistakes as a teenager, as a knucklehead, and I'm in my 30s and I'm got my life together now. But it's a lot of black children that never even bump their heads. They automatically high school, college, or trade school. They 26, they own their house. I'm in the South, man. I see a lot of progress here. It's just when I get on the internet, all I'm told is that, you know, baby mama cultures and we all, you know, criminals and stuff. And it's just annoying. And I just wanted to just come up here and just to clear that up, that we are involved. And it's just funny that every time black parents say they involved, somebody got to come in and say, well, what do you mean by that? Sir, I mean exactly what I said. We are involved. Stop trying to cherry pick it. Stop trying to make it seem like we're not doing it so people can continue these negative lies, these tropes, because they're not true no more. And I just landed right there, sir. I appreciate you guys.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, man. Like, all I got to say is that whatever you're doing now is fine. Extend your efforts and try to do more. Because I'm telling you, I think about my father. My father's in the Chicago Senior Citizens Hall of Fame. And he's got a little bit of, he was a goodwill ambassador from Chicago to the West Indies for a while. And he was the absolute role model for my life. I don't know what I'd be if I didn't have his example to go from, to carry my life forward. My father was one of the most important things in my life, along with my mother and my wife. Those 3 people literally made me what I am to a great extent. So,
man, congratulations to you.
Hey, look, you can be the same for your children, and do everything you can to be that.
Oh, you want to know what? See, I can see, and there's probably a lot of other young black men like me too. See, I actually did grow up with a father. My mom and dad were married. My daddy died in his sleep when I was 10. My mama's not a single mom. She's a widow, actually. But in a way, I was still, once my daddy was gone, once I hit 13 and 14, I started running with the children who didn't have no dads, because the kids with a dad couldn't fully understand, you know, exactly what I was going through. But the children, I guess they would be the bad kids. They didn't have a dad either. So I started hanging it with them because we had an emotional connection of the loss. Basically, we trauma bond on not having another parent in the house. You know what I'm saying? So, but it didn't start that way for me.
Well,
you know, it didn't start that way for me. My dad was around, and a lot of other people' dads was around. They might have went to prison, or they could have got killed, or they could have died too. You know, and we all get thrown in the pot of, you just a single mom, you a delinquent, you come from a single parent household, and it's sometimes it's more context than that.
Well, I understand it can be difficult in today's climate because, let's face it, man, social media is making a monsters out of all of us, men and women. I mean, no, let me take that back. Many of us. Nothing affects everybody all at once. But all too many of us are being warped by it and unduly influenced by it. That goes for men and women. And that means men are going to have difficulty finding probably more difficulty in finding a compatible partner. You take my mother, for instance. My mother was a Southern Belle. She was from Louisiana. She graduated from Louisiana State University. She got a degree as a teacher. She was a lady. She conducted herself as a lady. People considered her to be always gracious and charming. She never cussed. Never. Except one time she got in an argument with our next door neighbor who was truly one of the worst, most despicable human beings you ever know. That's the only time in my life I ever saw her cuss anybody out. Ever. And she never.
Your wife?
My mother.
Mm-hmm.
She was a Southern belle. I mean, she was a real lady, gracious, charming, civil, always. Many of the women I knew, they might be a little talkative, but they were all civil and graceful and gracious. Now it seems that a woman's not supposed to be that anymore. That's something that's almost has a negative aspect. You're not being assertive enough. You're not speaking for yourself. Don't you know we're queens these days? Okay. And look, there are all too many, particularly black women, who don't behave in that gracious, civil, charming manner.
Yeah, I'm happy to
so
agree on
commonly. It was common to see. I'm really worried if you're young and you got to get married today. If you're young, you got to find a suitable partner. I just don't think it's as easy to find as it once was. I really don't. That's a shame.
I can agree. I can agree with that.
It's not good for women either. Women are looking at men the same way.
I can agree with that. Because I can agree with that to a big extent. But then, so what I tell my brothers when they trying to talk to a girl and she got a social media presence like that, I just try to tell them, see if you can talk to her about it. Because a lot of times these women just be playing. You know how women is, man. They could like this shirt, but if 3 other girls come in and say that shirt ugly, then they gonna be like, yeah, it is ugly, ain't it? So a lot of them get influenced by their friends. And they be trying to be funny, but if a man really walked up on them in real time, a lot of them would change their ways. Not all, because I understand. I'm out here too, so I get it. But it's a good portion. At least I say a good 30% of them probably that would change their ways and just be like, oh, I'll just be joking around on Facebook. And if you was letting it be known, like, well, you don't have to do that no more. Because, a lot of women be complaining about baby daddy problems and stuff like that. And they be having a whole stepdad in the house that's taking care of all the kids. And if he was to come to his woman, like, why you still complaining about deadbeats? I know your baby daddy ain't shit, but ain't I taking care of the kids? Because you only showing this one aspect of your life where you had a sorry baby daddy. You're not talking about the man that's in this household right now with you making this stuff work. Like I said, we focus on the
what's
negative.
What's the percentage of these single moms that are being taken care of? Because this is very interesting to me.
I mean, I don't have no statistical data. I'm just having a conversation. So it could be a bunch of bullshit. What I'm saying, I say that because a lot of these women really be lying on these apps, and they be acting like their life is way worse than what it is, and I think they do that for attention. But in reality, like you not, in reality, their life ain't as bad as they might not be getting taken care of to the point where they can go to the Bahamas or something like that. But if that girl broke down on side of the road, she can call one of her baby daddies, get a tire. You know what I'm saying? Like she can still get some help. If this a light bill due, somebody gonna help her. But on social media, she act like nobody helps her. Soon as somebody say no one time, they make a status and act like nobody ever helps them in their entire life. And a lot of women agree. But if they mama was to call them and be like, you on Facebook talking about don't nobody do nothing for them kids? Didn't I just have them kids last week? They just be doing it for social media, man, for clicks, and they getting paid for this crap now. So I pay attention to it. I feel like we kind of can judge a little bit with our eyes, and once we have a conversation, we'll know what kind of woman we dealing with. But a lot of times these girls be trying to have some fun, and we look at she up here shaking her ass on Friday night. Okay, we're gonna put her in this box. But in reality, she might fit in that box, she might not. As men, we'll have to figure that out.
Well, look, I got to say this in defense of women and defense of men, because look, we're all creatures of human nature. Human nature is pretty much fixed and immutable. Now, we can kind of move around within the parameters of human nature, but we're all prey to it. We can't escape it entirely. And look, the human nature of men, oftentimes when people talk about men, especially these days, They talk about the negative aspects of men and human nature. For instance, men tend to be more violent, more aggressive. I'm talking about negative aspects now. More
Right.
aggressive, more domineering, less sensitive. Those are some of the bad aspects of the human nature of men that you can readily point to. Now look at women. Here's some of the bad things about women's human nature that you could point to. Women are often manipulative. They tend to hysteria. They are overly committed to people to whom they should either shun or make sure they punish. And they have a tendency toward hypergamy, meaning they want to marry up and not take a look, because that is evolutionarily put into women.
Yeah, hypergamy.
Sure, yeah, that a man is going to be there to help raise their children that they conceive with. Then the man they conceive is going to be there to raise. So they have a tendency to want to marry up to somebody who's got a man with some sort of establishment and prestige. Now, they overlook the good aspects of the human nature of men. Men are brave. Men are inventive. Men are explorative. Men are protective. Men are strong. Men build civilizations. What are the good aspects of women? Women are sensitive. They are loving to their children. They are loyal and faithful to someone that they love. They help to create families. They make nicer aspects of civilization, and they soften it. So both sides have
They build a man's
aspects.
spirit.
Yeah, both sides have positive aspects and negative aspects. The problem with us is that we tend to highlight on the negative to the detriment of the positive.
Correct.
I mean, but
that's correct.
But that's what Tony Red is basically saying about the black community thing when he came up here. That's basically what he's saying, that we only focus on the negatives, man.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But in reality, yes, when you get on social media, you're going to see ass shaking and titties bouncing. And sorry about that. I don't know about what you can say. But you're going to see all that on social media. But in real life, it's a lot more women who leave the bar at 1:30 in the morning because they got to be up at work at 8.
304s, baby. 304.
Yeah, it's more women that rather go to It's more women that rather go to the bar than it is the club. It's just what you see on social media. And a lot of women don't even have social media, whether you know it or not. You'll still catch, I mean, it's rare as hell, but you'll catch some women who, or if they have it, they don't post, they don't really be on it like that. Like, it's some good women out there the same way as some good men. If you get on the internet, you're going to see a lot of, street looking dudes and all this and that. But in reality, this man could be a truck driver who just decided to put this outfit on today to go to this club. But once he take this picture, he automatically just looks like a street guy. Same way with this registered nurse, this woman who take care of her kids and everything. She got a free weekend or something like that, and now she out with her cousins, and she looked like we would consider her to be a hoe. She around all the girls are shaking ass and all that, so automatically we prejudge them and say that they just some hoes participating in hoe culture, when the whole time she a regular woman that just had a couple drinks in her and wanted to have a good time.
Well, look, Tony, I'm going to tell you this much, and I can say this with absolutely no fear of contradiction. This I am certain of. I need women. Women need men. We better figure out a way to make it work, because I know I can't do without them indefinitely. And I'm sure most of you, that's why there's so many unhappy women out there. They ain't got no men. And they've convinced themselves they can live without men. They convinced themselves that they're unhappy as hell because they ain't got one. And a lot of men are saying, these women turn me on. All they want to do is just take all my money. I'll find something else to do. Men go in their own way. When in the history of mankind have we ever seen stuff like this? When? It ain't never happened before until now with social media.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I had to have a conversation with my old lady. I was talking to her about social media world. It was around the Megan and the Clay thing, and I was talking to my old lady about it. My old lady looked at me and said, "I don't care. Do I be shaking my ass on top of cars?" And I was like, "No, you don't." She was like, "Do I go out and be out to 3, 4 in the morning?" I was like, "No, you don't." She said, "So why are you talking about these hoes when they ain't got nothing to do with our household?"
Damn, bro, my wife said the same thing to me.
I said, you know what, baby, you right. I deactivated my Facebook
No, you're
for
right,
a couple
baby. You're
months and
right,
everything.
man. I'm talking to you the wrong conversations right now. I apologize.
I know. I tell you, man, it's a beautiful thing, though. But like I said, I want to reemphasize this. I think it's vital. We need each other. Men need women. Women need men.
100%.
We got to find a way to get around this, whatever it takes, whatever the obstacles in the way of it are, because nature and Creator God meant for us to be together. There's no getting around it. Let's not pretend that whatever the social conditions that are causing all this strife, they are artificial. They are not real, not in the permanent scheme of things. And we need to get back to what it was that enabled us to live in relative harmony with each other.
Yes, sir. I wholeheartedly agree, 100%, man. That's all my message was to you guys, though. I wouldn't come in to be an antagonist or anything like
No,
that,
nah, you're
contrarian or
good,
none of
bro.
that.
You come up
Cool,
anytime.
man. It's a good discussion. We need to have these discussions.
Yeah.
It's important.
We might not agree on everything.
I mean, the basic building block of society and civilization is a man and a woman and a family. Without it, it will collapse. At least Western civilization is predicated on that. And we live in a Western civilization, whether we like it or not. A man and a woman with a family.
You know,
when you don't have that, things tend to fall apart.
Me and my old lady was talking yesterday about Bill Cosby, and we was just speaking about it because then she had asked. She said she was like, because you know my great grandma had like 11 kids, and we were speaking on why come people don't have kids as much no more. If you got a family of 4 now, people feel like that's a full house. People feel like, you know, in these day and times. But like I said, my granddaddy got 8 brothers and sisters. And she asked me why I think stuff changed, and I said because of the laws that changed in the 70s with the you know, you can't marry no 12 or 14-year-old no more and start having kids at a young age. Because she was like, I don't know how they did it. I said, well, they was having kids at 13 and 14 up until they was 26. That's why they didn't have the geriatric but the feminist movement came and changed that. And I'm not gonna sit here and say that I don't understand that. I do understand that, but she posed the question why, and I don't know if that's I just gave my answer, and that's how I feel because it's against the law. You can't even do like my great grandpa was what 24, great grandma was like 14. You know, and that's what because that was the law back then. But after the 70s, that was no more. So to me, that explains why most families don't have 5 to 10 children anymore.
Well, I wouldn't blame feminism per se. There were correctives that needed to be made with regard to
most definitely
women. But I will blame this though. I absolutely blame this without equivocation. Left feminism is what is destructive. Gender determinate, fanatical, ideological, determinative beliefs that deny human nature itself, that say men and women are mere social constructs. We are not. Our behavior is rooted in biology and evolution. And these left feminists want to pretend as though it doesn't matter. In fact, you can just change your biological sex by simply declaring it to be so. And they want to make all of us believe this nonsense. Right. So I'm not going to blame feminism. Equality, feminism, fine. I accept that.
Well, I wouldn't blame it in this aspect.
Determined left feminism, no. I reject it completely.
In this aspect, in this specific aspect, 'cause I hate feminism. Well, the second and third and all them other ways. But in that one, I did understand the concept of it, and I'm not really pushing back on it too much. I wasn't saying it like, oh, the feminist movement, that's why we ain't have like I'm mad about it. I'm just saying it like I understand how that could make a play. I don't really have a feeling with that because I'm born in the 90s, so to me that shit is disgusting. But I can't judge people who was born in the 60s and the 50s when it wasn't even a thing legally. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I was meaning. Trust me, I'm not taking up for no feminist movement, but I wasn't saying like it's the feminist movement. I'm more saying like, well, you know, the feminist movement came in and they changed that kind of stuff. So, you know, and maybe it was for, I mean, in a certain way, maybe it was for the better. But when it comes to our birth rates, it definitely declined.
Yeah, equality before the law of feminism, most of it was fine. I don't have any objection. Equal pay for equal work, and that does not mean the same pay because men tend to work more hours than women. So yeah, women do make 74% on the dollar because men do more overtime. Okay, that's just a fact. Just a fact. But yeah, you do the same work, you get the same pay. Look, that should be no argument. Again, I want to stress it's this left feminist dogma that's got to be gotten rid of, and it has helped to weaken and destroy the relationships between men and women. I think it has been destructive, and we need to overcome it and reject it, minimize it, isolate it like the pathogen and the virus that it is.
We agree with that 100%, brother. My old lady show told me I can't stand the feminist movement. Now I got to go in here and go to work.
Well, hey, with privilege comes obligations and responsibilities. Men have known that since forever. Men literally are judged by what they do in a way that women never were until very recently. You literally were what you did if you were a man, and what you accomplished and what you stood for. Women were not held to that standard, other than maybe not being a slut. That's about it. That's about the only standard that women were held to in any great degree. With men, it was everything. Their obligations, their responsibilities, their accomplishments, everything had to be in the right order in order to be considered a man, no matter what status you had, whether you lived in a poor community or a wealthier community. You had to have some level of things that you had done that made you respectful.
Correct. Well, the rules really ain't changed for us, even still to 26. It's just they expect to do less and still want us to. They want us to do more, and they want to do less. Because if you try to get them, well, not my woman, and so I need to specify not my woman, but majority of these women, they act like doing some domestic housework and slavery.
Let me ask you guys a question. What are the sorts of occupations that maintain civilization? So at least the kind of civilization that we expect to live in. I'm not talking about somewhere in the third world. I'm talking what we expect. Plumbing, electricity, houses, roads. Who does that work? Who maintains the infrastructure? Who gets in the sewer and keeps the plumbing work so the excrement and the sewage goes out away from your house? Men.
Correct.
Who does the heavy architectural work? Men. Who does the engineering work? Overwhelmingly men. Women don't want to do this stuff. It's dirty scut work. Now you look at the relatively few women who are involved in this kind of work that maintain civilization, and that tells you all you need to know. Many of them want the glory jobs, prestige jobs. They don't want the dirty jobs that enable us to live in a manner we expect in advanced civilization. And I rest my case because I know I'm speaking the truth.
100%. But man, I'm gonna subscribe to you, and I'm gonna try to join in. I gotta check on my kids, my old lady in this house. I've been out here talking to y'all because I got toddlers, so they be running around. I didn't want them all in my conversation, but I'm gonna check back in with y'all. I gotta make sure my stuff right in this house first. If y'all still on, I might join back in. But I definitely appreciate you, brothers. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all keep it up.
All right, Tony.
God bless.
Come on
God
back
bless
whenever
y'all.
you can.
You said what, sir?
Say, come on back whenever you can.
Hey, I got y'all, man. Y'all some cool people. I'm pretty sure we're gonna disagree about some shit in the future, but but as long as we can agree and disagree and be men and be settled about it, hey, I'll rock with y'all 100.
I don't mind any level of disagreement with anyone. All I ask for is clarity. As long as we have clarity and we're civil, we can disagree about everything. We can disagree about whether or not the moon is made out of green cheese. I don't care.
There you go. Hey, as long as there's a disagreement and you put clarity into it, I think that's what the world needs. That's what we need. We gotta have we and as us as being men, it's okay for us to challenge each other on ideas, but we do gotta bring some type of facts and statistics. And if we gotta bow out, you gotta bow out. And if you don't know, you don't know, bro. It's okay. Man, you might be hella good at math, but you might not know shit about the English, about literature. You know what I'm saying? So
man,
we just got to build each other up.
Some of my best learning has come from people that I don't agree with. Because what I have to do in order to bolster and build my argument, I got to go back and do a lot of research. Because they ain't caught me half-stepping. When somebody catches me in a discussion, somebody catches me half-stepping, and I can't answer questions, oh boy, let me take a note, put this down on a note, got to do a little bit more studying about this. So people who disagree with me often make me better. It's
sir.
I used to box.
We all students, sir.
The best, I became a better boxer by getting in the ring with people who regularly beat my behind.
That's what you got to do. You got to get in there.
That's when you learn the most.
Iron sharpens iron, my brother, and it's always more than one way to skin a cat. I'll holler at you guys later on.
Absolutely.
All right, man.
Absolutely.
That-
But
that's-
I guess that's one of the things men tend to understand. You know, in other words, sometimes in life you gotta get knocked down and you gotta get back up again in order to show that you've learned or you're willing to persevere. That is what people expect of men. That's another thing people expect of men.
Yeah, right. I agree.
And we don't get enough credit
100%.
for it. I don't think men get enough credit for it.
No, we don't.
Hell, I'm dependent on men. I don't do sewer work no more.
Yo, same here, dude.
I don't run electrical lines and
I
high
don't dig for
power
oil.
transmission lines.
I don't dig for oil.
Yeah, exactly. I'm dependent on men. We all dependent on men. Every man's dependent on other men. I mean, it's no shame. As long as you know how to do some things for yourself. I mean, I got my house set up, so I don't rig my house with a generator. I store water just in case there's because we've had some droughts where I live. I live in Georgia now. I had to get out of Illinois. I couldn't stand it no more. I live in Georgia. Sometimes we get droughts in Georgia and the reservoir doesn't fill up. So I prepared to live on my own. I've got enough stuff so I can live on my own for a month if I have to. And I know how to hunt. I know how to skin animals. I went to Ranger School in the Army. They taught me how to survive in the wild. I know how to do all that stuff. But I still need men if I want to be happy and live and not live like some wild beast in the forest. Even though I could do it, I'd rather not. So there's no shame in being dependent on men. A lot of women act like they shouldn't be dependent on men. Hell, I'm a man. I'm dependent on men. And I know how to do more than most people when it comes to surviving without any amenities.
Man, I don't. This whole feminist thing, I feel like it's just a waste of time.
Well, it's not a waste of time. I think there are valuable lessons to learn from this conflict. Like any war. You have a war, and yeah, there's destruction, there's death, there's chaos, but there's also lessons to be learned. And I hope we draw the right lessons from this war between the sexes. It doesn't need to be this intense. The only reason there's any conflict at all is because there are immutable characteristics in men and women that cause conflict. But the key to it is like I had with my wife. We used to say, here's the plan on how we're going to reconcile our disputes. We have a plan. And if we get in an argument in the house and one of us ain't following up the rules that we agreed on, we point to the little sign on the wall that says, remember, did you do this before you got to the argument? We put up a sign we can both look at. We had the rules that we're going to follow to resolve the disputes. And we both agreed upon it. And if when we think one of us is cheating, say, go look at the sign. Go look at the sign. I said, no, damn it, I didn't follow that. And we'd always resolve it one way or the other. I'm not saying we didn't have any, but we had a way to work it out. We had lots of them, actually. Yeah, look, if you're in a marriage, I can't think of anybody you should be ready to have goodwill with more than the person you are intimately involved with in a marriage, where literally in most states, everything you have is theirs and vice versa.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it for a minute. If you can't resolve conflicts with that person, it's over for you.
Pretty much.
That's why you should be pretty selective about who you select to be in that sort of relationship.
Yeah, I agree 100%, dude. 100%. What? Yeah, you don't want to have a kid with a crazy person now.
Yeah. So,
No, I could sustain a certain level of craziness, but not extreme crazy.
No, you're not supposed to either. You're not supposed to have to.
No, of course not. I mean, but you know what I mean by crazy? It's like they get aggravated sometimes for certain little dumb things. Yeah, but they're just women. So I just know what it is. I give her space, and like nothing ever happened.
Yep. But back to what we had said earlier, about the 14th Amendment. I was like to read this this is from the debates on the floor of Congress, 1866, when they debate, because they kept a record. They had a transcript of all of it. And this is what Senator Jacob Howard, who co-authored the 14th Amendment in the Senate, said. This is what he said, what it would mean when they were debating it. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, but will include every other class of persons. It settles the great question of citizenship and removes all doubt.
What do they mean by every other class of persons, though? Like,
it will include every other class of persons other than the ones they were listing in the debates.
Mm-hmm.
He says it settles the great question of citizenship and removes all doubt as to what persons are or are not citizens of the United States. This has long been a great desideratum in the jurisprudence and legislation of this country. And they thought it was going to settle it. And then we got 5 idiots on the Supreme Court who said it really didn't. They meant something else.
Crazy work.
Yep.
Yeah, because I thought it was just like for the slaves, man, and they fought or whatever, they got the freedom and shit. That's what I thought it was, but apparently not. Apparently it's more than
in case y'all don't know what the word desideratum means, it means something that you need, you want, or you have to have, something that's essential to do or to possess. And they're saying in this thing that this is what is solving. It's going to solve it. And no. We got some smarty pants on the Supreme Court who says they know better than the people who authored the doggone amendment. It will not include foreigners, foreigners common, aliens common. What is an illegal alien? An alien with illegal in front of it. I guess I should maybe. I mean, I didn't go to college, but I can understand.
No, that's the problem right there. You didn't go to college. That's what they'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't. Oftentimes, listen, a lot of these people have been college educated. I am grateful I didn't go.
Look at Ketanji Brown. She went.
Good
she don't know
Lord.
what a woman is.
Please don't remind me of that. Please.
She don't know what a woman is, man.
She don't know. She's not a biologist. Well, you didn't go to college to be a biologist too? Well, you're deficiently educated, madam. A JD degree wasn't enough for you?
So I need a biology degree to know what a woman and a man is.
Oh, man.
Jesus.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I just can't get over this one. I am never going to get over this decision.
It's amazing. Like, she's super qualified, they say. But then again, what did Joe Biden say before hiring her?
Now think for a minute. We got a country of 330 million people. Out of that 330 million people, let's see, something along the neighborhood of 6% or so are black females. Out of that percentage of black females, only, 1/10 of 1% might be considered eligible to be on the Supreme Court. So you mean to tell me that you're going to exclude every other person in the United States for a pool of 1/10 of the population for something that isn't even a representative body? The Supreme Court is not a representative body. It never was intended to be that. It's people who decide the constitutionality of issues that come before it. It's not meant to be representative. That's why you got a House of Representatives. Good God Almighty. This idiot Biden saddled us with Ketanji Brown Jackson. He just excluded the greatest majority of people in the United States of every race and every sex.
I agree.
So he could get some votes. Good night.
It's really.
I despise that man. I despise that man with the passion of 1,000 red hot white suns. He was a vegetable, an idiot, moron. Totally ridiculous.
Oh God.
Man, Joe Biden, what a disaster.
200 sons.
I mean, Joe Biden has to be the worst president in history. And I said, I used to say it was Barack Obama before him, but he
No,
took
it's Joe Biden. It's definitely
it's Joe Biden by far, by orders of
definitely.
magnitude.
Definitely. You know, the people that voted for Obama are happy that Joe Biden was such a worse president that now you know, we don't have to talk about Obama anymore.
Yeah.
Damn, 200 sons.
Have you seen that abomination of a presidential library that he put in Jackson Park in Chicago?
Bro.
A beautiful park that I spent a lot of time with when I lived in Illinois. And I am telling you, that thing looks like a Berlin flat tower from World War II. Just Google Berlin flat tower. Tell me it don't look like it.
I already know what it is, though.
That's what it looks like. All they have to do is stick up some 88 millimeter and 122 millimeter cannons up on the thing. It'll be a good fix. It is hideous.
They didn't put no windows because they wanted to be nefarious.
Man. Now get this. When they started that thing, the original cost estimate to build it, I think it was in 2016. The original estimate was I think it was 280 million. Then it ballooned up to 400 million. Then Banana went to 600 million. And it finally wound up at just under $800 million. Now, if you think they weren't laundering money right and left through that Obama endowment fund, then I got news for you. I got a bridge in Manhattan I'm ready to sell you. I ain't never heard of cost overruns on a major project that big before. That almost rivals that stupid rail line that got out there in California that Governor Gavin Newsom wants to build.
Yeah, bro, that's a lot of money.
Man, and then they don't pay the contractors. You see the black contractors that got lawsuits against them because they ain't been paid, many of whom mortgaged their houses in order to be able to finance their end of the work that had to be done.
See, but they ain't gonna talk about that though. They ain't gonna talk about the hope Obama using black people and not paying them. That's fucked up.
Hey man, but
using them like migrant workers and shit. Democrats
ain't changed since 1860. They still believe in slavery. You work for nothing. You don't get paid. That's a founding belief of the Democrat Party. Slavery.
It's like, you managed to work for, build this library for us as a black person. We thank you. It's like, yo, what's my check? Thank you from Obama. It suffice.
Yeah. Tote that barge. Tote that
like,
barge.
God.
That bale.
My God. Jesus.
Goodness. And there's a great emancipator by Barack Hussein Obama. Good night. It's just amazing how, with a honeyed tongue, it's easy to bamboozle people. Oh, if you like the health care, you can keep the health care. If you like the doctor, you can keep the doctor. My health care plan will make health care cheaper for you. It's skyrocketed. They'll just say anything.
Down with dope. My name is Barack Hussein Obama.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
We are 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America. Truer words weren't ne'er spoke.
Me and Michelle and Bo and Sasha and Leah, we're gonna look. We love our library.
You sound just like it. Hey, man, do you know I called in to a talk show that he was on, and he was lying. It was a state senator then, and he was lying about gun control.
What was I lying about?
He was lying about the crime statistics because he was saying some lie about crime statistics I knew was a lie because I've been reading the Chicago police homicide stats.
You don't understand.
And what they
Some
were
people
collecting.
lie about these.
Oh, I got him good. Oh, I caught him right. And you know what he did? You know what he knew when he heard me reading out statistics and telling him what he said wasn't true about the people who commit the crimes and the nature of the crimes. He didn't try to deny what I was saying. He just said, well, we have to try to do everything we can to stop.
This is what we got to do. We got first, we got to need a plan. And in that plan, we have a significant measurements. And we're going to spend some of this taxpayer money here. And I'll tell you, boy, we're going to fix the United States. I can promise you that.
That's right. We certainly are, because that's our obligation now to do it. You know what though? But he didn't even correct the things he had said. I noticed that he didn't say, "Well, that may be true," but or he didn't. He just breezed right past it and said, "We are trying to do everything we can do to stop the homicide," with a bunch of lies. That's gonna help. Yeah, you telling lies to the public is gonna help.
And it's not only going to take 4 years; it's going to take at least 8 years. You know. So it's a plan. It's a contingency. Us and the Democrats are going to work hard at it. And then Trump comes along and says, "Look at this guy. Quite frankly, he's a nuisance."
Man, I'm gonna
look at him.
I'm gonna have to get you to model my AI when I make some memes about Obama and Trump.
Look at him. His wife looks like a man. Quite frankly, she has a bigger dick than I do.
Oh man. Now look, man, I don't know if Obama is a man or not.
No,
I'm not
fucking
saying
around. It's a joke.
I cannot know. I think what the UFC fighter said was inappropriate. But
Yeah,
I'm going to say this.
He forced it.
I'm going to say this, even though I'm going to readily admit I don't know. She seems to be a woman. She seems to have given birth to 2 children. But there are physical anomalies with this woman, the sum total of which I simply cannot ignore. Because these, excuse me, these are things that have been anthropologically proven to be identifiers when the only thing you've got left are skeletal remains. I mean, they can take the skeleton of a man, hand of a woman. It doesn't matter if the hand is big or the hand is small. That's not the issue. You look at the fingers. And if you look at a man, you look at the index finger, you look at the ring finger. And the index finger in almost all men is noticeably shorter than the ring finger. That is a characteristic male morphological characteristic.
It is. I'm looking
Now,
at it right now.
if you look at a woman's hand, the index finger and the ring finger are essentially the same length. That is a woman's characteristic, whether the hand is big or the hand is small. And Michelle, when you look at pictures of her with outstretched hands and her fingers outspread, you can see the male characteristic. Now, that doesn't prove anything. She could be anomalous. But when you add the other things up, like the width of the skull as opposed to the shoulders, when you look at the torso, hip, torso length and ratio and hip waist ratio size, and then when you look at that Ellen DeGeneres video where she was Ellen DeGeneres show and she's dancing, you see something dangling in the trousers.
Oh, God.
So when you add all that up, you got to say there's at least a question mark. And the only way to prove it is if she was to sue somebody for calling her a man, and she can do that for defaming her, I guess, because they'd be calling her a liar because she says she's a woman. So, but then the discovery would be that in order to prove it in a court of law, you got to take a chromosome test. If you're a woman, every cell in your body is going to have XX chromosomes. I don't care what the outside looks like. The key is in the chromosomes. If you're a man, every cell in your body is XY. That's the proof right there. You don't need nothing else. So there'd be discovery. And if she doesn't submit to a chromosome test to prove she's a woman, then she's going to lose the case. So I don't know. I got all these people calling her a man. She never sues anybody. Why?
Yeah, I don't know. Look at them hands, bro.
I mean, don't you think if she was to sue, she could win? She get millions of dollars.
I don't think she cares.
That's right. She don't need millions of dollars. She's over there in Martha's Vineyard with the Netflix deal. She don't need no money.
Yeah, man. Like and subscribe, everybody. Any final words, Mr.
Yeah, man, it's been a ball talk day. I really enjoyed this hugely, along with your other participants. It's been a great deal of fun. If you have any more shows, I'll see if I can come back and you'll entertain.
We usually go live like again. I usually do like randoms in the day, but I usually try to aim for 9 p.m. my time. I live in the Eastern Coast, so
right.
Yeah. So I don't know what time that would be where you at.
All right. Well, I'm on the East Coast, so that's Eastern Standard Time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're the same time. All right. So yeah, I'll be on at 9.
Say again?
I'll be on back at 9. Can you hear me?
You said 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Tonight?
Eastern time. Yeah, Eastern time tonight.
Oh well, I'll see if I can't make it.
All right, man. You'll meet my co-host. Hopefully, her name is Jules. She's always around, and we usually have other couple guests that pop up. So that'd be good. That'd be interesting for them to meet you. And thank you again for your service, man. I appreciate you serving as a police officer and also in the services.
Yeah.
So thank you. I appreciate that.
I think since the taxpayers paid for all my training and all that, as a police officer and as a soldier, I think I owe it to you guys to share what I can with you, because the taxpayers paid for all this. I had over a year of training when I went in the Army alone, and you taxpayers paid for it.
I mean, hey, continue to do it. Fuck it.
Hey man,
if we can have more people like you come out in this world.
I ain't going back in this lifetime. They gonna have to come look at me and drag me if they want my old ass back in there.
All right, man. You have a good one, man.
Yeah, you too. Good talking to you, man. Take care.
All right, guys. I'm out of here. Peace.
Burning bridges is okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yo, baby mama ain't even post a single damn. Where she at? Yo, baby mama ain't even post a single damn. Where she at? Yo, baby mama ain't even post a single damn. Where she at? Yo, baby mama ain't even post a single damn. Where she at? Yeah, where she at?